Hello, hello, hello. Check 1 2 3. Hello, hello.
क्लियर है यार।
क्या?
क्लियर है।
हाँ, पोर्टल पे चेक कर रहा हूँ मैं।
ओके।
Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello. Check
क्या
1 2 3. Hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello.
Day of the workshop, and it has been a fantastic ride through the last 3 days, and I'm sure all of you learned a lot of new concepts, and especially the sessions in statistics yesterday was were brilliant, and so much so that on popular demand we had to add an additional class or lecture on statistics, and of course Dr. Mahesh Iyer will be delivering the talk, and he needs no introduction. So straight away we'll be starting with this talk on correlation, regression, and primarily Cox regression. What do you? Thank you.
Okay, so so initially the idea was to do Cox regression, but then I said before we get to Cox regression, maybe understand the concept of regression itself, right? How do you do it, and why do you do what you do in Cox, right? So let's start with the difference between correlation and regression. Yeah. So correlation, right? I mean, because this is something that we use a lot very interchangeably. Sometimes we talk about correlation, sometimes we mean regression when you're talking about that, and the other way around, right? So what is really the difference? And one of the biggest differences, correlation really measures the relationship between two variables. Yeah. But one of the biggest things to note here always is that correlation has to be, it's looking at a linear relationship, not a curvilinear relationship. So if you have a curve, you can't think about correlation. Okay. So it has to be linear, right? So you can see all of these are lines, right? And those are all correlations. Okay. So if the line is very strong, okay, and all the points are on the line, then the correlation is very high. And the highest you can get to is 1. Okay. So R of 1. These two are close to R of 1. -1 and +1, depending on the direction. Okay. This is sort of in between 3 and 6, 0.3 and 0.6. Okay. Correlation always has to be between 0 and 1. Okay. And then the last bit here is where you actually see no relationship at all. Yeah, you don't see much of a relationship, correct? Because no matter what the value of x is, y kind of remains in the same line. Okay, same thing here. No matter what the value of x is, y is always this line. Yeah. Okay, so here your r is almost 0, which means that x and y have no relationship at all. Yeah. So the closer you are to 1, either plus or -1, the stronger the relationship. The closer you are to 0, the weaker the relationship. Everybody gets that? Yes? So now that you understand correlation, let's look at this one. Okay. So in this, tell me which of these plots has the strongest relationship between x and y. Where is the correlation? Where is r closest to plus or -1? Which one? This one? Yes? How many people say this one? 3, 4, 5. Slowly, some people are 3.5. Okay. Any others? No, it can be D also. Yes. Anybody thinks D? No? There's some head shakes. No? What about the others? No opinion? Too early in the morning? Missile power was very good. Which one? Ah, blue line is the same. Blue line is just a line. That is y equal to the x line. Yeah. So yeah, which one? Third one. Okay, the third one is the winner. Yeah. Second. First. You're not really sure. Okay. So it is a trick question because if you actually calculate the correlation, they're all identical. 0.816 of each and every one. Okay. So this is just to illustrate that, for example, this your right would have always been equal to 1. Okay, but because of this 1 point which is away, it pulls it down quite a bit. Yeah. Here, it's almost close to 0 because it actually doesn't matter whatever the value. I mean, there's one value of x, whatever, right? This is like the transpose of what we saw before, correct? But this 1 point here is enough to pull the correlation to be very, very high. Okay, this you can't even do correlation because it's not even linear. It's a curve. Get it? So just by looking at a correlation doesn't mean that you can actually tell how strong the relationship is. Okay, so the point I'm trying to illustrate here is always you have to look at the data. Make sure you plot it and see how it is. Okay, because if it is something like this and you get a correlation of 0.82, then everyone's like, wow, X and Y are strongly correlated. They're not at all, except for the one outlier. Okay, sounds good? All right, so now these are some fun things. Okay, look at the first one only. Okay, it says that sleeping with one's shoes is strongly correlated with waking up with a headache. Yeah, therefore sleeping with one's shoes causes headaches. Yes, no? Obviously not, right? Okay, here let's look at this one. Actually, this one I like. As ice cream sales increase, the rate of drowning deaths increases. So ice cream causes drowning. Yeah, but obviously that doesn't make sense, right? Because there's something else that's going on. When do you ice cream sales? In summer. Yeah. When do people go swimming in the beach more? In summer, right? So there is a third factor here that actually causes these two things. But the only thing that you can say is that ice cream sale is correlated with drowning. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make here is there's a difference between correlation and causation. Okay, correlation does not mean causation. Okay, two things can be correlated, but they may not have a causal relationship. Clear? Okay, and this is the argument, unfortunately, that the tobacco companies made. Okay, when there was a big lawsuit saying smoking causes lung cancer, they said all the data that you're showing is only correlation, it's not causation. That we know mechanistically, right? But the data, when you say statistically, the lawyers argued that the only thing that you can show is correlation and not causation. Okay, because everybody said, oh, here is data for lung cancer, here is data for smoking. Yeah, hence they are correlated. Okay, I mean, so basically, if as your people smoke more, lung cancer increases. Okay, but just the same thing, no. As people eat more ice cream, drowning also increases. Correct. So there you can very clearly say it's not causation. Okay, but when the data was being presented, the lawyers for the tobacco companies argued that what you're showing is correlation, you're not showing causation. Of course, there are other methods to show causation. Okay. Yeah, and so they use other things, and finally, they were able to make the point. But just to say that, in general, when you see in your data, okay, what you may be seeing is correlation and not necessarily causation. Sounds good? Okay, so what we're trying to do here, and I just want to talk to you a little bit about regression, is that this is what we are really trying to do. Okay, you do a regression, you're looking at a line like y equals a plus bx. Yeah, you remember this from a line from, like, school days? What is a? A is your intercept for the x-axis. So it's where the line cuts the x-axis. The y-axis. Okay? All right? This is called the x-axis, this is called the y-axis. Yeah? Okay? So where the line cuts the y-axis, that's called the intercept. Okay? So you have an intercept which is a. Okay? And what is b? The slope of the line, which is how? Yeah, and so on. Okay, so b is the slope, a is the intercept. Okay, so whenever you do regression, this is exactly what you're trying to do. Okay, So what you're trying to do here in regression, in any regression framework, it is called a least squares regression, is these are your points. Okay. All right. And through these points, you can draw a line anywhere you want, right? You can draw a line like this. You can draw a line like goes like a little bit like that. You can draw a line like goes like that, right? You can draw any number of lines, correct? Because when you have 2 points, there can only be one line that connects those 2 points. But when you have 10 or 20 or 50 points, and you want to draw a line that goes through some of those points, you can have infinite number of lines, correct? So which line do you choose? How do you choose the line? Because you can have infinite number of lines, correct? How do you choose a line? You choose a line based on the distance, minimizing the distance, okay? So from each point, let's say you take this line, from each of these points you draw a perpendicular line which measures a distance. So this is a distance from this point to this line. This is a distance from this point to this line. Okay, this is a distance from this point to this line, and so on. Okay, so you keep measuring the distance, okay, and you choose a line that minimizes that distance. Okay, all right. So you can't directly, because see, these are negative, these are positive, right? So if you just take all the distances, add them up, it will become 0, correct? But that's not what you want, correct? What you want is a magnitude of this difference, correct? So one way to do it is to either take a modulus, make it all positive, absolute value, or the other way to do it is to square it. Okay, so what you do is, you take all of these distances and you square them, and you choose a line that minimizes that. It's called the least squares method. Okay, so you will see that being written saying regression uses the least squares method. So it minimizes the squares of the distances of the points from the line. So you choose a line which is the minimum distance. Everybody gets it? This is what you try to do in a regression framework. You don't have to do it, the computer does it. Okay, but this is what it tries to do. Clear? Okay, so now because you're looking for the minimum, there is only one line. Okay, and now this one line has the form of y equals a plus bx. Okay, what happens when b is 0? So y is equal to a, correct? So which means it's just a horizontal line, correct? What happens when a horizontal line? What did we say before? What is the correlation? 0, right? Which means there is no relationship. Okay, so if you want to find out with regression whether there is a relationship between two variables, what do you have to test for? You have to test for b being equal to very small. So b being equal to what? The null hypothesis, there is no relationship, correct? So which means b should be equal to what? 0, right? So whenever you're doing a regression framework and you get a hypothesis test, what is a hypothesis test? It is testing if b is equal to 0, which means x and y are not related at all. Make sense? Okay. Now to test b equal to 0, what test would you use? What test would you use? What do we say? I said Pink Panther. Kill it and then say da-dan, right? So what do? We say B is normally distributed. Okay, so our test finally for B is a normal test. We are assuming B follows a normal distribution. That's what you do in a regression framework. Linear regression. Everybody gets it? Yeah? So basically, ultimately, anything that you do comes back to that testing framework that we did before. That's why we spent so much time on that. See, statistics is so easy, no? Yeah? Whatever you do, you somehow bring it back to normal, then you, now I'm home. अब घर पहुंच गए. वो खारघर में left लेते हैं ऐसे लगता ना. Right? It's like that. Yeah? Okay, everybody okay with regression? What we do in regression? Yeah? So I'm just going to move quickly over. Okay, because this is all that stuff, least squares, all that, like math stuff. Yeah. Not a good thing to do Sunday morning. Okay. All right. And then there are some assumptions. Okay, basically, I was telling you, one of the basic things about linear regression is that you have to have the things have to be normal. Yeah. So, where is my slide on? Oh, there's no slide on. Where did the assumptions slide go? Okay, these are the basic assumptions for doing a linear regression. Okay, x and y have to be normally distributed. Only then beta or b is normal. Okay, so you can either call it y equals a plus bx if you're English, but if you want to sound cool and Greek, okay, then you say y equals beta naught plus beta 1x. Okay, where beta naught is 0, I mean a, and beta 1 is the old b. Yeah, same thing, but you sound very cool when you say, then you sound like a statistician when you say y equals beta naught plus beta 1x. Alright, okay, and you do the same test where beta 1 is equal to 0. That's your test of hypothesis for linear regression. Okay, now the beauty is you understand how you do it when you have x and y. But what if you have x1, x2, x3, multiple variables and y? Same thing. Okay, you test, it will be y equals beta naught plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus beta 3 x3. Yeah, and you keep testing for beta 1 equal to 0, which means x1 and y are related, beta 2 equal to 0, which means x2 and y are related, beta 3 equal to 0, which means x3 and y are related. That's all. Get it? The same, you just keep on extending that. Okay, that's multiple linear regression, right? You have multiple variables. Alright, get it? Okay, so some of the assumptions are that x and y have to be normally distributed. Okay, x and y is linear, not curved. Remember I was talking about that. If it's a curved relationship, you can't do it. Okay. Forget about there's a variability of y. So what it means is that when you move x, okay, y doesn't become more variable. So the variability is constant. Okay. It's a tough assumption, but let's say we'll go with that. Okay. And so on. Alright. So those are the assumptions for a linear regression. If a correlation of 1 or positive, then one increases, the other increases. That is if it is a negative correlation, yes. That we'll come to. Okay. Alright. Everybody gets this? Okay. So now I'm going to move through all of this. This is actually some phenomenal stuff on categorical data analysis. So if you guys have some time at some point, we should do it. So it's a lot of fun. Okay. But what happens if your data, where did that go? Oh, it's not here, I think. Here it is. Okay. So what happens? So this is what we did when it was linear regression. Correct? But now let us say that your output, your y, okay, is 1 or 0. Has cancer, does not have cancer. Is a responder, not a responder. We talked a little bit yesterday about logistic regression. Correct? So what happens if that's the case? Okay. Then what you have to do is that this is where your y is 0 and your y is 1. So it's either 0 or 1. Okay, so this is how the graph looks. This is not a linear, no, this is not a linear regression at all by any means, correct? Yeah? Or it could look like this. It's curved, S-shaped curve. Yeah? Okay? Like a different curve that we saw, no? There we saw an inverse U-shaped curve. So what happens when it's something like this? Okay? Then you can't directly do linear regression. Okay? So what do? Yeah, you do logistic, that is true. But then what do you do in logistics? So what did we talk about before? When we said Pink Panther. Yeah, we kill it and then say run, right? So I can't directly use y because y is going to be either 0 or 1. Okay? Correct. So how will I make it linear? I use something called a logit function. Let me see if I have it here. Yes. Okay. Alright. So what I use is this very complicated function here. Okay. Okay. So y can either be 1 or y can be 0. Okay. So I use an odds ratio. Okay. Odds. Yeah. Because when I say log of odds of y equals 1, then x equals 1 minus these. Okay. So I use something like an odds ratio. So I use a logit function. Okay. So let's say I take the probability that y equals 1. Okay. Alright. I call that P. Okay, probability of response, P. Okay, I take P over 1 minus P. Okay, and I take log of that function. That's called a logit function. Okay, All right. Now P itself is between 0 and 1, correct? Yeah. So P over 1 minus P will take values of what? 0 to infinity, correct? Yeah, because 1 could be 0.999999. Okay, so 1 minus P will be 0.00000001. So 0.999 divided by 0.000001 could be infinity, right? So it can take any value now between 0 and infinity. If I take a log of that, log of any value between 0 and 1 is negative, and 1 and infinity is positive. So now suddenly I've transformed it from minus infinity to infinity, which is where the normal distribution is. Okay. So log of P over 1 minus P is your logit function. So I do the same exact thing, y equals a plus bx, but instead of y, I call it log of P over 1 minus P. Make sense? Yeah, and this is what I do for logistic regression. Okay. All right. And now we move to survival. Okay. And I'm going to start with this slide, though you did some of this before yesterday, right? So this is exactly what happens in an oncology setting for survival, correct? You have first patient, first visit that starts here, right? And then as time goes, you keep on adding more and more patients, okay? Some patients go on till you have an analysis cutoff. Let's say you're going to do your analysis cutoff at the end of 6 months or 2 cycles, okay? If you're going to do 2 cycles, then you look for every patient finishing 2 cycles. But sometimes you say, I'm not going to go to 2 cycles. Yesterday, somebody was saying, I'm going to do a 5-year survival. Correct? So, which means that patient 1 may have 5 years, but patient 100 may only have 3 years by then. Correct? Because you have a fixed time point cutoff. Okay? So, and then in this, you have some patients that have an event. You have some patients that are lost to follow up in the middle, and then you have some patients that finish the cutoff period without having an event. Make sense? So this is how your survival data looks. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take this line, which is, slanted, right? Because it happens when patients come on. Okay. I'm going to make this straight, vertical. Okay. Because I'm going to say, I'm going to now start counting. You can't enroll everybody at the same time. But I'm going to say 0 is when a patient gets into the study. Okay, so I'm just going to re-parameterize, recalibrate that. Make sense? Okay, so I've just moved that and I say instead of time, I'm going to say it is individual patient start of treatment. Okay, and now this still is when they have events and lost to follow up. Now your analysis cutoff date becomes a slanted line, right? Because it's not a fixed time. It could, for patient 1, it could be 5 years. For patient N, it could be 3 years. Okay. And then I start counting this time, because now it's easy for me to count this time because I have reparameterized everybody to start of treatment. Make sense? Okay? All right. So this is how I do the thing. Okay, and once I do this, then you have all those things that Sadhna talked about yesterday in terms of how do you calculate the survival curves and all that. Okay? So these are all the times. T equals 5, event. Okay? T equals 3.5 withdrawn, so censored. T equals 6, lost to follow up. So these are all right censoring. Yeah? And these are where the events happen. Okay? All right. And then what happens is you plot what you call a survival function. Okay? So you have time on the x-axis. You have probability of survival, cumulative survival on the y-axis. So you start from 1 because when you start, obviously all your patients are alive. Yeah, hopefully you're not starting with dead patients, correct? So you're starting with all live patients, so probability of survival at the start is 1. And as people have events or when people have censoring or loss to follow up, it keeps dropping. Okay, make sense? And then Sadhna spoke about it yesterday in terms of how do you calculate this S of t. Okay. What I want to introduce to you today is a concept called hazard. Okay, and hazard is, it's not a probability, it's a number, it's a ratio. Okay, and a hazard is a number of patients who are dying. And what does this t plus delta t means? Delta t means a very, very small time immediately after t, which is extremely small, like almost instantaneous. Okay, so hazard essentially means the number of patients who are likely to die immediately right now, given that they have been alive until now. Okay, So I'll take the number of people who are surviving until today at this time. Let's say I have 100 patients. Yeah? What is the chance that there will be people who will die immediately right now? Okay? No, it could be whatever, right? So you could have that immediately as whatever you want. You can have for example, you could have it per day. What is the chance that, there's a number of people who are going to die today, given that 1,000 people have lived until now, 4 people are going to die today, and so on. Yeah? So hazard is basically a number. Yeah? It's not a probability. It's not between 0 and 1. Okay? So hazard can be between 0 and infinity. Make sense? Okay? So what you do in survival analysis is, okay, and as you can see, the hazard rate goes up, right? Correct? It goes up because at 0, again, the hazard, somebody will immediately die when you start a study is 0. Okay? And then, as people start dying, okay, the hazard rate starts to go up because people are dying. Make sense? Yeah? So this is how the hazard function looks. Whereas the survival function looks from top to bottom. But it always starts at 1 because the survival is always a probability. Make sense? Everybody understands hazard? It's very, very important to understand what a hazard is. Okay? Alright. So then, and then we talked about median survival. We'll come back to this slide afterwards. Okay? I just want to go to hazard. Okay, so we talked about hazard. The hazard ratio, okay, is basically the hazard that you compute for treatment divided by the hazard for control. Okay? And what you would obviously like to do, like to imagine, is that there are fewer people who are going to die on treatment than on control, correct? That's why you're giving them a new treatment. Yeah? Okay, so hazard, so this is likely to be less than 1. You would like it to be less than 1. Okay? If there is no difference between treatment and control, what does it mean? Hazard ratio is 1. If your treatment ends up killing more people than control, what does it mean? Hazard ratio is greater than 1. Make sense? Okay, so this is how you look at a hazard ratio. So all your survival, whenever you look at disease-free survival, progression-free survival, overall survival, what you're looking for is you're looking to see if your hazard ratio is less than 1. Got it? Everybody okay? Yeah? Good. So just keep that hazard ratio in mind. Okay. I want to go back to this particular graph that we looked at. Okay. This just calls out the difference between median incidence and probability. Okay. So you will see here that the way that we normally compute median survival probability is we take this 0.5, okay, on the y-axis, because that's a probability of survival half, right? 0.5. You draw this line, see where it cuts this line, and when it cuts this line on the x-axis, that's your median. Okay, so in this case, your median ends up being 24.7 months. Okay, because that's when the probability goes from 0.54 to 0.4. Okay, if you just calculate the rough median, so let's say you have 12 patients, you want to find out when half the patients are alive, okay, number of patients at risk. It is between 7 and 6, correct? So if you were to calculate the median just like that, it would actually be around 13 or something. Okay, so the usual median is 15 months, but the median survival is 24.7. And why is that difference? Can somebody tell me why the difference is? Do you understand the difference between a regular median incidence and a survival from a Kaplan-Meier thing? Why is there a difference between those two? Excellent. Censoring. Because you have already lost a lot of people to censoring. And because you're bringing in censoring where you don't know whether an event has happened or not, all you know is they're alive till a particular point. Because you're bringing in that concept of censoring is why your median survival is always going to be higher, like 24 months, versus your just regular median, because there you don't know what has happened to the other 6 patients. Maybe they're alive, maybe they're dead. Is that clear to everybody? Yeah? So very, very clear about why we use median survival versus just the pure own median incidence. Okay. Okay, all right. So now we're going to go to this particular graph as well, and I want you to imagine this as well. So what we do is a median, what we take is, we start with 0.5 here, drop and say 24.7, correct? Now, what would we do if you want to find out what your 1 year survival is? the reverse of that, correct? Where is your time? Your time is on the x-axis, correct? So you start with where 12 months is, take that line up, see where it cuts, and then go to the y-axis, and that's your probability of 1 year survival. 2 year survival is the same thing. Start with 24, cut. That's your 2 year survival rate. Got it? So when you want your median, you start with your y-axis, drop a line, see where it cuts, and take the x value. When you want to start with your 1 year survivals, start with your x-axis, see where it cuts the line, and take the y value. Make sense? Okay, so that's how you calculate your medians and your 1 year, 2 year survival rates. Okay. So now we are going to move to what we are calling proportional hazards and Cox regression. Okay. So what happens in proportional hazards is what you're assuming is that your hazard ratios, the hazards, right, are proportional. So let's say this is your hazard for treatment, this is your hazard, or the other way around, hazard for treatment, hazard for control. Okay. And these two are same over time. Okay, which means that as you keep on going, your hazard over time on your treatment arm remains the same. So it's not like people are more likely to die before and less likely to die later. Okay? And your hazard over control is also the same, and the ratio is identical. Okay? Now, if you want, you can you can get rid of this constant assumption. Okay, you can say that my hazard changes. So for the first year, my hazard is here, then my hazard goes here, then my hazard goes here. That's okay to do. But that means for control also it has to be the same. It has to be, that ratio has to be the same, then it drops, that ratio is the same, then it drops, that ratio is the same. Okay. So if your hazard is going to change over time, we can deal with it. Okay. Yesterday, in fact, we were talking to Priya for one of the studies, and we said that this is something we could think about, is where we are looking at non-constant hazard over time. You can have non-constant hazard over time, but it still has to, the ratio has to still be the same between treatment and control. Get it? Yes? Everybody's okay with that? Okay. Now, if your hazards are the same, your survival curves will look like this. Okay, so just because your survival curves go and keep on increasing doesn't mean that you don't have proportional hazards. Okay, if you have proportional hazards, you're expecting your survival curves to separate out as you go along. Okay, so a lot of people, what they do is they look at these survival curves and say, oh, maybe they're not proportional hazards. They are. They're expecting a survival curves to separate if you have proportional hazards. Okay, when that assumption is violated, this is what happens. Okay. If you're having late difference, these are your hazards, these are your survival curves. If you're having a late difference here, you get to see that in the survival curve where they're constant and then they separate. Okay? An example of this is excellent immunotherapy. Yeah? Because for immunotherapy, typically it has a late effect, right? Initially it's all the same and then it starts to separate. Yeah? So there are statistical methods that you can have to deal with this, because directly you can't use Cox proportional hazards. You have to use other methods. Okay? This is when there is an early difference, but then it comes together. Not sure that there are too many examples for this. Okay? But if that were to happen, this is how your survival curves will look. They would separate out a lot before and then they would come together. Okay? And then the last one is where the hazards itself are crossing. So in one curve, your hazard decreases over time. The other one remains constant. So your hazards are crossing, so your survival curves will also cross. Make sense? So this is what happens with different hazards, the shape of the hazard function and the shape of the survival curves. Okay? Alright. And now we are going to go to, so you already did log rank test. Time's up. Okay, 5 minutes. Alright. And so this is the idea, okay? So the way the survival functions work is that you have this lambda t, which is the hazard for the treatment arm, is some baseline hazard for the control arm, times an exponential function, e to the beta x. Okay? Because we are talking about exponential distributions, not normal distribution. If you have a normal distribution, it will be y equals a plus bx, correct? Yeah, but here it is not like that. They are exponential distributions. So the way these two are connected is using this function. Okay, lambda t equals lambda naught times e to the beta x. So what do? Pink Panther? Kill it and then say da, right? So what is the best way for me to do this? I take logs of this. Okay, so I say log of lambda is equal to log of lambda naught. And then for anybody that knows math, okay, log of exponential is that same value. Log of a multiplication is sum of the logs, right? So it's log of lambda naught plus log of e to the beta x, which is just beta x. So now I've just turned this into y equals a plus bx. Okay, and now I can do regression on this. Okay, and this is Cox proportional hazards regression. This will work only if your hazards are proportional. If your hazards are proportional, only this works. Get it? That's why the assumption of proportional hazards is so important in Cox regression, because that's the only way this works. Make sense? So now it's easy. Lambda, the hazard, has a relationship with survival. Okay. So you can calculate the hazards, calculate the hazard ratio, and do a Cox proportional hazards regression. Okay. That's the same thing that's there on the slide as well. Okay. Hazard ratio is e to the beta x. Okay. And so log of the hazard ratio is just your regular regression. Okay. And here it says x is time independent. Okay. If your x is time dependent, then there's a way to do it. Yeah, it's a different way to do it. Make sense? All right. And then you can add stratification factors, all this stuff that you can do with regular regression. All right. So that's your whole thing around Cox proportional hazards regression. Okay. So you started with regression. Okay. Y equals a plus bx. One big thing, correlation is not causation. Correlation is only for linear relationships, not curvilinear. Okay, correlation is not causation. Y equals a plus bx is a regression line. How do you form it? By minimizing the differences. Okay. How do you test if x and y are actually related in a regression framework? You test for b equal to 0. Okay. When you move to logistic, you do exactly the same thing, except instead of y, you use a logit function. When you move to survival, you do exactly the same thing, except you work with hazards. Log of the hazard. Yeah? All right. That's it. Done. Cox proportional hazards regression done. Guys are experts now.
Okay, so let me ask you one question. So correlation is often abused word, in the sense much abused word, because people use it in all the wrong context. So if we have continuous data on one side and an ordered categorical data like a pain score or let's say a grade of toxicity or whatever, and if you want to look at so is correlation still the right?
No.
Yeah.
Because the relationship between y and x will not be linear anymore, right? Because if you take y, I mean in this case, let's say it's ordinal, but if you were to take an extreme example and it's binomial 0, 1, then the relationship between y and x is not this anymore. So you can't look at correlation at all there.
Correct. So it has to be two continuous.
Exactly. Yeah.
Any questions from the audience?
Excellent. What if the hazards are not proportional? So a few things can happen. Okay. First is you can look to see if the hazards are proportional in certain pieces. Okay. So for this piece, the hazard are proportional. For the second piece, they are still proportional with a different proportion and so on. Okay. So then what you can do is you can take this entire thing and split it up into pieces and do your analysis over pieces. Okay. So that's called a piecewise proportional hazards model. Okay. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to do it based on stratification, because a lot of time the hazards are not proportional because there are other strata, like for example there's treatment A and treatment B, but then there is age. Yeah. So maybe there are different proportions for different ages, maybe gender, maybe performance status and so on. Okay. So what you can do is you can start stratifying by those variables and then look to see if, then it is proportional after you stratify them. So typically, if you take care of these two things, mostly you will hit proportionality. If after all of this you still don't hit it, then you can't use this at all. Then you have to go for something far more advanced. Yeah.
Thank you. So today's sessions also work on some assumption, and the assumption is that all of you will go back and submit your proposals, get them approved by the ethics committee, and you will be starting the clinical trial studies very soon. That is the assumption. Okay, whether it is a valid assumption or not, is anybody's guess. And making that assumption, we have designed today's lectures, one on data management and the other on manuscript writing. So you know how the sequence is going, right? So to start with, when you are doing the study, what are you going to do? Comes data management, and to deliver the talk, I have Dr. Sadhana Kannan with me. Welcome, Sadhana.
No. Take this away.
Thanks, Mahesh. Yeah. I would like to start with this thing, a well-designed study can be, you can do all sophisticated analysis and it doesn't have any flaws or anything, but poorly designed study cannot be rescued with any kind of, sophisticated analysis. You may have a great data, but if your design is not good, you should see what are the biases. That's the idea of developing a good protocol. And to extend it, design is one aspect, and the way you collect the data and how do you manage the data is more important, right? Many a times we don't have an audit of our own data, what we are working on, right? So we feel that, okay, nobody's going to look at my data, so let me kind of go ahead. Let's learn some principles. Now, I was first introduced by Sir Dr. Shrikant in CMC Vellore when he had a 1-week workshop on clinical data management using OpenClinica. That's when I came back and I started using OpenClinica and then moved on to RedCap now, trying to work on that. But that's when we realized, unless we are exposed to such things, we will not know why we should have, good data management software. Thank you, sir. So my topic is going to be unlocking the secrets of data management. There is no secrets. It's all open. Principles are same with whichever you kind of use. But I'll just take you through an outline. It's like, what are the principles of data management? How do you collect the data using CRF? And what are the basic clinical data management, mistakes, or whatever you do it in Excel or SPSS. I'll just give you some tips, and they are not everything. So first of all, we should understand the classes of data. Okay, so if you know these classes, then you will be able to structure your CRF or even a database, okay, to collect a proper data. So we all know that data is broadly categorized into qualitative and quantitative data. And qualitative data generally is either nominal or ordinal by nature. To give examples, gender, diagnosis, these are all nominal. Why? Because it's a named category. Gender has male, female, diagnosis can be whatever the well-defined diagnosis. But the ordinal data has a natural ordering, and you can relate one level to the other level. So stage, and the differentiation status. We know that poorly differentiated tumors are worse than the well-differentiated. So we can have a ordering in such type of data. And in quantitative data, you have discrete or continuous. It could be, an SNO type of data. The number of lines of treatment could be 1, 2, 3, 4 or beyond, whatever, it becomes a discrete data. And you also have continuous data like age, tumor size, biomarker levels, and your QL scores. These are some of your endpoints which you measure in any of the study. Of course, I left one special type of data, which is time to event data, which we have learned. Now, typically, if you're working on a pharma study, the clinical data flow is like this. You collect the data from the individual, and there's an investigator who is kind of, getting all the things done in then it goes, you also have some laboratory data coming in, and it kind of gets documented in a CRF. Then there's a monitor who's sitting and looking into the data, how it is and all that. And there's a statistician, there's a clinical data manager. And finally, if it's a drug trial, it goes to a regulatory authority. But many of us, this is the ideal situation of a drug trial in a sponsored setting, but then we may not undergo this, but some of these we can always put it into our practice for the investigator-initiated studies. So what is CDM? It's a process of collecting and managing your research data in accordance with the regulatory standards. So the objective of CDM is to provide high quality of data by keeping the errors minimal and the missing data as low as possible. And you collect relevant data in a specific format in accordance with the protocol and the regulatory requirements. It allows you to efficiently and complete the data processing, analysis, and reporting, and it facilitates the exchange of data across projects and organizations, especially when you're working on multicentric trials. Now, there is a regulation by FDA 21 CFR Part 11, which talks about the electronic records, how it has to be handled, right? So it has some requirements. One is the system validation, the robust audit trial, the security access controls, specification for the design and the edit checks, archival procedures, and the electronic signatures. So whenever you come up with a new software, if you're planning to develop your own data management software, make sure it is well validated, okay? And do an audit trail and see whether you're able to capture everything in the database, right? There should be a security access controls, who access the database and who has the authority to change all that. And of course, the archival is very important, okay? And there are many principles, but I'll just talk about one such principle. It's called ALCOR principle. A stands for accurate, L for eligible, complete and contemporaneous, original, and it should be attributable to the person who generated the data. Accurate, we all know trial database actually captures the source data. So many a times we think, who is going to cross-check with the source data? Okay, the source data can be a case file, or it could be an electronic medical records in your hospital. So that gets captured onto your Excel or any other, the softwares which you use for capturing. But nobody goes and cross checks, right? So in a hurry, we just keep collecting the data, we keep updating and all that we do. So, but that has to be accurate. Make sure that one day it can be audited. Right now may not be, but one day it can be. So any corrections or changes are well documented, and there should be an audit trail. What is an audit trail? We have a track of whatever changes happens in your data, right? And we document it. Who enters the data, when it was entered, what is entered, why there is a change or anything, if there is an old value, and if it has been corrected, whether it has been well documented, who has entered the original, who has made the changes, what is the reason for making changes. All this has to be documented, right? And that has to be, if you are a principal investigator, make sure that you go through all this thing, and you'll get an idea of, what is happening with your data. And it should be legible. If you are having a paper CRFs, you make sure that, it's properly in a hurry, we'll just write some numbers, or some text which is not being able to, the data entry operators are not able to understand that. So be a little legible so that, they will easily capture the data. And all data, it could be a metadata, it could be audit trial, whatever be it, should be in the readable form. Now, you should avoid blank fields, or, you should not provide any explanation like, unknown, unobtainable, not applicable. Think about what are all the categories each variable can have in your database, right? So make it a point to give distinct categories. Avoid any open text as and when, not required, because you're allowing people to enter whatever they want, right? So make sure that, you give a thought of what you're collecting, how you can structure it, how you can kind of, give categories, how you can assign the categories, and then keep some categories like others whenever it's needed if you're not clear, okay? So record the result, measurement, or data at the time of the work it's performed, and audit trails to provide evidence of timing. So of course, it has to be original. Whatever the lab results you're getting, it has to be kind of captured in your database. Questionnaires also, and if there is any supporting documents, please have that also. And transcription should be accurate. And yes, you should have who's recorded the information, who has the authority to kind of enter, change and all that. And again, that can be documented using an audit trail. So typically how we start a clinical research study or your trial. So we kind of write the protocol, right? And then we also have an idea what all information you're going to collect, right? So we either have a pro forma or a case report form, right? CRF or a pro forma. Pro forma is very brief. It will just list what you're going to collect. But then a CRF is very well structured. You will see some examples of our own breast DMG, which is very well made CRF. It's a common CRF for the entire DMG breast. So I'll show you that. And typically it's a paper format. And then we kind of, use a electronic format to transfer the data, right? And electronic data capture is just all your clinical trial data is captured in the electronic form. So now you might ask a question, is Excel an electronic data capture form, right? It's not. Okay, so it's a computer-based collection or listing of information organized in a systematic way with searchable elements or fields. Okay, this you will be able to kind of retrieve the records by querying. If you want to kind of identify some records, pick up some records based on some condition, you will be able to retrieve it fast if it's an electronic database. Now, why use an electronic data capture software? Because you'll get a cleaner data. There's an edit checks and source data verification done in that. More efficient process. You're able to resolve the data issues, which you can reduce the, sometimes in-person visits during a trial, right? So faster access to the data. If you have a web-based EDC systems, you can provide real-time access to the data. It enables for faster decision-making and can support adaptive trial designs. Now, from protocol, you move on to a CRF, right? So protocol elements, what the data should be collected should be there on the CRF. Okay, your protocol determines the flow of what you're going to collect and how you're going to kind of take it through. So whenever you are, designing a CRF, make sure there is a proper flow. There is always a basic structure and how it goes, you should have a clear idea. All data must be collected on the CRF is specified in the protocol. Whatever you specify in the protocol, every detail of every information which you want to collect should be there in your CRF. So you mention something and if you don't collect, then it is not, you're not compliant to the protocol. Data that will not be analyzed should not appear on the CRF. Right? So when you don't need something, why do you want to have it on the CRF, right? Because every data which you collect takes some time to, collect and enter and all. So CRFs are only good as their design is. If it is unclear to the site personnel, the data will not be accurate. And if it is not reflective of the protocol, then whatever data you're collecting will be of no use. It should be easy to use. So what are the differences? Because we all are used to making a paper CRF, and also sometimes we must have used an electronic CRF. So what is the difference? Time is more for a paper. And I've seen CRFs with, one bound volume of 70, 80 pages, because you'll be collecting data on repeat visits. Right? So it's so volume wise, each one's patient ka CRF runs into pages, right? So it is time wise, and if you want to maintain also, it takes very this thing. But sometimes you may have to use if you don't have a proper eCRF system. Discrepancies wise, it's more in a paper CRF, it's less in this thing. Time to complete and analyze, query resolution is low in a paper. Actually, there's no query resolution. Who is going to go back and forth and see what's happening in a paper CRF? It's impossible, right? If you have an eCRF, you can easily query it and pull out all the records which, has some discrepancies. Chances of error higher and lower in an eCRF. Accuracy is less, but more in the eCRF. Of course, data management actually not there in a paper CRF, but it is very good in an electronic CRF. So how do I structure my CRF? This is an example which can be used for any clinical research study, right? So first is if you're looking at an RCT, right? So the randomization form could be the first section of your CRF. then you go ahead and I'll show you some examples of a randomization form, and you go in for a demographics. The first thing we collect with the patient is the demographic data, right? Then we move on to history and examination. This is typically how the way you treat the patient and the way you follow, right? First thing you ask about the demographic details, then go about with collecting history data, examination. Then you may have some pathology related data, right? Some lab reports, whatever. And then you move on to the treatment. You collect all the treatment details. Then you look at the toxicity, and you look at the follow-up data for efficacy. And then you may have some study specific data, like if you're collecting some biomarkers or anything, you may have some other study specific data also. Typically, this is the flow of or the structure of any CRF which will be applicable in most of your studies. And this is an example. This is from our breast DMG. They have a common CRF for all the research studies. So they have a database which collects all this data. Okay, so it's too small, but I can tell you this is a randomization form. So they kind of have a patient, in the header, you can see the patient screening number, you have the center code, it's a multicentric study, and then you have a patient code. We don't write the patient name at all in the CRF. It is only captured as initials. Okay, or you may have some trial ID, whatever it is. Please do not write the name of the patient or any this thing. And then you have an eligibility check before you do a randomization, inclusion and exclusion criteria. That is listed here, so tick accordingly. And then you will have what is the arm random, which is on the right hand side. What is a patient randomized to? Okay, this is what we used to follow when there is no randomization method which was available either through an IVRS or any electronic form. We used to receive this form, we used to fill up. This was, this we used to follow, and then we sign it, whoever is the person randomizing, and it goes to the investigator, right? Now we have, a RedCap system, which actually you can kind of log in and give the details, you get this thing. Randomization is done through that. Now comes the baseline data. This is an example of a baseline data. Whenever you collect the data, there is a way you kind of structure your CRF, see whether your options are single options, multiple options are allowed. You specify that in your CRF that, multiple options are allowed, so that you can tick whatever is applicable. And when you're not sure, have an others and have an open line, this thing text for writing what others mean. So all the maximum try to structure whatever is not known or not classifiable. You please have a provision of capturing that information also. So here, if you see all the baseline data is captured, and this is how it is. This is a nice format where you have a header and footer, you give the trial acronym, and then you give the page numbers and all that. Version of a CRF has to be clearly mentioned, which version you are kind of using and all that. So whether you're using the latest one or not. And comes the histopath data. So this is how we kind of go about collecting what is needed. And if you have to give, there's a small box here. If you want to give some clarification of each category, what it means or what each code means, you can always, give a small box like this. Okay. And comes the follow-up data, right? So follow-up, what is the last date of follow-up, what is the status at follow-up, all that can be kind of captured. And this can be done on repeat visits also. We can kind of collect it as and then they visit. Okay. And now comes the data coding. So data coding, you have to be very careful. So suppose if you're capturing the date of birth, make sure you give 2 digit of day and 2 digit of month and 4 digits of year. Sometimes you may capture day, month, year, and sometimes maybe year, month, and this thing. In Excel, it keeps changing the format. So you would not know whether if you're writing as 6/7/2022, whether it is July 6th or it is 7th June. We don't know. So in some cells, it may kind of show like that. In some, it may be. So be careful. It's very important to kind of know whether which format, and use a uniform format, and ensure even in your sheet you have that, right? But if you're designing using a database, it allows you to pick from the calendar, and you can make sure that it is taking the right date. Okay. And I forgot to mention in the CRF, when you're collecting lab data, please mention the units what you're collecting, so it becomes easier, because sometimes some lab will collect in a different units, and then if you really want to kind of match it, then it will become easier, right? And Okay, now some unique formats which you have in your database when you define it either in this thing SPSS or whatever, because I'm using database is wrong word to refer to SPSS, it's never a database, but that's what we are practicing now, right? Excel today, SPSS is what we are doing, right? So when you're coding the variables, you be careful. So make sure that you give a proper coding of your variables. And if you have an yes, no data, how you'll code it, you be careful, because many a time yes, no, and when we analyze, it becomes in a different, it's understood in a different way. So code always in 0-1 fashion if possible, because for the analysis, it becomes easier for us. And date variable, as I said, use the right format, whatever you want to, and then you can, if you're using SPSS, some people use directly SPSS to enter the data, which is not correct, but for them, please define your variable view sheet properly so that you can start entering into the data in the right format. And how do we go about with the data entry? Many a times we may have a data entry operator doing the job, or it could be some trial coordinators, it could be a research nurse or a fellow, could be any registrars in your unit, or it could be the principal investigator itself at some times, right? So these are the people who will be entering the data. So it's better to have a data entry manual. So your study may be small, but still you can have, even if you have a one-page CRF, for clarity purpose, you just have some instructions written down, so that if there is any doubt, if you're not around, people can actually go ahead and entering the proper data, right? So have guidelines, or how to fill your CRF. You have a one-page document, two-page document, tell them the do's and don'ts, what you want. So all that can be kind of called as a manual. It need not be, only for large studies we have to do. It's not like that. It takes time initially, but it is just one time you have to spend that, initially if you do it, it becomes easier, okay? You can train the data entry operators, you can do a dummy data entry and see whether it works or not. So all that is possible. Typically, this is the flow. You have the source document of the patient file, or an EMR, or a patient diary, which goes into a paper CRF. From there, it goes into a eCRF, and then it goes on to the software for the analysis. But in the whole process, what happens is, if you don't maintain it well, in the last stage, we can't rescue anything. As statisticians, we can't do anything. Many a times when we receive volume of requests, it's really difficult for us to do a validation. It's really difficult, but try and see if it can be built in when you're kind of entering the data or developing a database. It makes your life and our life easier, okay? So even in the 11th hour, we can do some work for you. If you have an abstract submission tomorrow, if you bring an Excel file or something which is not well managed, it's going to be very tough for us also, for you as well as for us. Not only that, we will not have a clarity of the data, quality will be bad, and then when you're going to analyze that data and then send an abstract, how it's going to be. So that is the issue here. Now, database management software is nothing but you define your data dictionary there, So you have it's kind of, defining what the categories are and what are the codes given to it, and how one variable is related to the other variable, because there's always variables are related to each other when we collect the data, right? So that kind of relationship we can establish in a database management software, and it helps you to collect the data centrally. You don't have to literally be giving your Excel this sheets or something somewhere, but then if you just give an access to the software, then people multicentric can always use the database, and then they can start entering, and you can remotely see what is happening if you're an investigator. Querying and data clarification becomes easier in this. Like we have done, I can show you some examples of time permits. We have done under a project where we collect data for common cancers, breast, lung, and colorectal cancer from 11 centers across the country. So I think we manage around 30 to 40,000 patients' data, and we do try use REDCap. We have used REDCap, and we have kind of come up with some nice validation, which all centers are doing at their end. So, and there are also monitoring teams going in doing their monitoring job, but still we are managing the data centrally here. It will ensure data integrity, and it will allow secure and multiple access to the data. Now, what are the commonly used archiving or analysis software? If you're a single investigator, simple trial, although I will not recommend, the current practice is to use an Excel sheet, right? But even Excel sheets can be utilized to the maximum, right? So I don't know how many of you are aware, you can have a drop-down validation box. Allow the list of values to be entered. You can create that. when data entry operators, you don't allow them to type anything. Just have a drop-down box. That's it. Only if possible, you kind of keep an open text, right? So that is one thing. Like, there are a lot of ways you can use Excel also efficiently, right? So I know it's not a right kind of a recommendation to use an Excel spreadsheet, but if there is no choice, that's the only way you can. You can have MS Access database and all that, but then easiest is, because all of you are familiar, you can use an Excel sheet. But again, it's not HIPAA regulated, or it doesn't have any kind of regulatory requirements met. Okay, it's okay. If it's not a drug trial, and if you're using it for any other trial, then you can and if you're investigator initiated studies, you can go ahead. Now, the other tools are, you can have MS Access, and you can have, these are olden tools where I will not recommend, but then the enterprise RDBMS are like, you can have something like Sybase, Oracle, or MS SQL server based. And for the analysis point of view, we use either SPSS, SAS data, or R. Now, the database, when it comes to database, confidentiality and security is the most important. Your database must be, say, stored on secured servers. It should have a firewall for protection, and, with access restricted and traced, login passwords, different rights you should give, who will read, who will add or delete, who will change records. And what if your, loss of database, how will you prevent backups? All that. In Excel, I cannot say all that thing is possible, but make sure you have at least sometimes your Excel file will not be able to open, also you'll not be able to open. So have it in different locations, or somewhere, at least some part of the data, which if it is gone, you can retrieve and get it audited in a periodic intervals. OpenClinica is one such, database, electronic data capture software, and it's web-based, and it meets all the regulatory requirements, and more than 7,000 users in 76 countries are using. It's a Java-based server system, and clinical data entry and validation, data extraction, all this is possible. And this I started using after I learned from Sir when he had a workshop in CMC Vellore. And after this, then kind of we moved on to RedCap. We found it to be more easy to use, and availability and all that was there. Of course, the other one also was free, and this is widely used in most of the organization. All your hospitals can kind of get an access to it. It's a free this thing, open source web-based software for EDC development by Vanderbilt University, and it is mainly meant for your clinical research, not only trials. You can have any survey or any database can be kind of developed using this. No, it's a proper, I'll show you some of the things. And compliance-wise, yes, it is TO 21 CFR Part 11 compliance, they say, and the base for this database is PHP, and it's not so difficult. If you have a bit of programming knowledge, you can start writing your own codes here. Okay, and there are more than 1.5 million projects are being run on this platform, that is RedCap, and so many journals actually endorse this. You can see it. We use RedCap for managing our data and all. You can see that being used, and it's very simple and easy to use. Now, just to give you a snapshot of what RedCap is, these are some of the instruments. Instruments means, as you saw the sections in the CRF, you have randomization, baseline data, investigations, treatment details, toxicity, follow-up, and all that. You can have it as sections, which are called as instruments. And if you can see, we have shown some instruments here. Okay, so. And in a multicentric trial, we are doing it in a multicentric this thing. We give access so that one center will not be able to see the other center data, but you as an investigator, you can see all of this data. And it has a secured access. Even in each center, we have defined who will be overseeing the data, who will be entering the data, who will be modifying, who has access to modify the data. All that is possible by giving user rights. You can define with the help of PI. We kind of define the user rights, so they will be able to do what they are supposed to do, right? So this is one thing. And coming back to our square one, which is our Excel data, I'll give you some tips in Excel how we can manage. Of course, if you're willing to use RedCap, I can give you some support from our side how to kind of develop. But in Excel, I'll give you some commonly. We kind of do some mistakes. This is how we kind of get a database in Excel, right? So see how this thing is, date, right? It is going here and there, it's not aligned properly. And where there is a numeric data, if you can see there, like serum creatinine, you put Na. Because in a hurry, you either don't know, the values are not there, not available, not applicable. What the Na means? When there's a numeric column, make sure at least you enter only numbers, right? You don't allow any other things to come, because it becomes difficult when you of course, we are anyway going to curate the data in SPSS, but then avoid using such things. If you really want to write the remarks of a particular patient for any of this thing, have another column, no? Suppose if it has not been done for some valid reasons, write it down, document it, right? Okay, so that way you can do it in Excel also. But the advantages of Excel is it's very simple and easy to use. All of us know. You don't need to undertake any special training. All of us, we start off with Excel only to kind of document anything. It can easily be exported to statistical softwares for analysis. It has a large number of rows and columns. I think it runs into lakhs of rows and columns. It's easy. I mean, we are not going to kind of navigate across so many columns and rows, but still it has that advantage. Data can be changed without any trial. Suppose today you're giving your database to your coordinator or a data entry operator. They will make changes. You don't know where the change was made. You will still get the same Excel sheet, but you have to, fish out where it was made. You may have some color coded, some columns coloring, some values coloring, all that happens. But that is not going to tell you when you take it to SPSS, or none of the colors are going to be explained in SPSS. So how would we know when we analyze the data? So it's going to be difficult, right? So date you may have in different formats. Be careful about when you have the date entered. And the date for same patient might be entered several times also. There may be duplicates, right? There may be duplicates. You will not know if you're entering so many values, suddenly you'll see the duplicates. How to find out the duplicates? Excel can do it for you. Suppose you have repeated measurement or a longitudinal data. It becomes very difficult for you to kind of, enter it on the Excel sheet. Let's talk about the URTC. So you have 30 questions, right? You may have baseline, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. See the number of columns, 30 into that many times. So the columns goes on like that, right? So it becomes very difficult. I know it's difficult to manage otherwise also, but then we have a format called long format and a wide format and the long format. Some analysis may need in the a long format. So we have to be very careful in entering such longitudinal data. Again, Excel to SPSS, it's easier to take, but more difficult if your Excel data is not entered properly. It's going to be very difficult. How do you open is like this. You can take into SPSS, open an Excel file. It just opens your database. This is how it looks when it opens on the database, right? So it doesn't mean that whatever codes you have entered will be labeled here. You need to relabel this thing. So all of you are familiar. I will not take much time of SPSS. It has only 2 sheets. You can see a data view and a variable view.
निकाल दिया पैसे नहीं नहीं चलूंगा इसको अपडेट को बोला तो Ma'am. Hmm? No, this low, right?
Yeah. So open it in the SPSS using this option is there. You can open the Excel sheet, and this is how the data looks. Okay. You have to this thing data view and a variable view, and this is the variable view I was telling you. And if you see here, yeah, this is a multi-centric trial where they have maintained the data. You will be surprised to see the number of variables, although it's not shown up here. Maybe, yeah, 6,000 and odd variables they have managed, you know. This is very nicely they have managed meticulously. If you see here, this is a QL, how they have labeled C. URTC, follow-up time, they have defined the labels, you know, everything. And when it came, you know, so well, they have managed the entire 6,000 and odd variables. I have this data. We've nicely managed on SPSS, okay? So, but you have to be clearly defining, like if you see this sheet, first one is your name of the variable and what type of variable, like we saw in the first slide, but the type of variable you should know. And what is the label? Because your name and variables are different. Name has to be written in short. There's no space or anything allowed in that. There are some restrictions. But you can write a detailed label about that, right? For example, here, if you have URTC question number 15 collected at 96 months. So they, you know, have you omitted? It's at 96 months data. Okay. So the question is also displayed there because suddenly if you want to see the data, if you don't know what the question, of course, all of us will have that URTC in, but then you will not be able to tell what exactly the question number 12 is or 14 is, right? So for this, you can always this thing and the values is clearly defined. The missing values can be defined. Okay. And the alignment and how it is measured, whether it's an ordinal or a nominal, all that can be defined here. Some commonly, like if you don't correct your Excel sheet properly, no, this is how when you take, your data will be kind of imported into SPSS, but then you will have still problems. For example, here if you see, this is the infection at the time of transplant. So no is written as NO, N, yes is written as YES, Y in, you know, in a hurry in Excel sheet, we write all these things. If only you provided a simple drop down, yes, no is no, then you can easily define that, right? So when in a hurry, last minute, just export the data into the SPSS and then you start analyzing. You will have a frequency of YES, capital YES, N, NO. It's very difficult in the last minute. So don't have this kind of a messy data. Like CD3 value, see here. You have measured at the same time, not available. You know, so it's not the right way of, you know, these are the common mistakes which we do when we kind of manage the data in Excel. But when we take it to the analysis, we face problems. And age and gender, you know, you write it like 20/F. No need. You can have it in 2 columns, right? And positive, negative values, right? So we write it very loosely, the way we think, right? So, or if you leave it to the data entry operator, they will do the same thing. So better is to define it, how it has to be entered. That is all. I want to give you some tips about, you know, how to manage your data. But as I said, RedCap is the right way. I mean, it's very, very good if you're doing a multicentric thing, because if you doing a multicentric data, how would you do it? You may give your Excel sheet or you may give a paper CRF for your, you know, this thing to them. They will develop their Excel sheet, but you're allowing them to create additional columns. They will start entering the way they want. So it will not match. It should be standardized, right? If you're collecting data from 3-4 centers, make sure that you use a RedCap. It will be very useful. If not even for a single center, you can still use a RedCap. It is very efficient. Yeah. So that's all I would like to say about the database. And thank you all for your attention. Any questions, I'm open to take. I have open access, yeah. We have not tried that because from beginning we got this, so we did not use that much. Access I have used, but not this. Maybe it's a good tool. Right. Does it open? Right. Open. Does it open? Open it in Excel. Try to open. Direct access. And so define from the one as one by coding depends on the cost would have it analysis because we always back by and large it's a thank you.
Okay. So, questions are all done. Thank you very much, Sadhna. So now we have a very unique um, uh, event coming up now. So it is a workshop within a workshop. Okay, so here the emphasis will be on, I mean, because of course, assuming that my assumption is still holding, and then you have started the clinical trial, and you have completed the clinical trial, and you have the data now, and what will you do with the data? So obviously, you will go to conferences because, you know, they'll give you a chance to see the world, but importantly, you may also want to publish it. And now, if you want to publish it, and all of us have heard about inertia yesterday. So there is initiative to do research, there is initiative to do everything in our life, okay? And therefore, I've seen people, me included, that who took at least 2 years, you know, in my earlier, you know, formative years as a researcher to write and complete a manuscript. So, is there more efficient ways of, you know, writing a manuscript? You know, can we do it quicker, faster, you know, and more intelligently, more efficiently? So, therefore, the next two back-to-back sessions will be on using newer tools for manuscript writing. Okay, and this will be delivered by Dr. Pankaj Kumar Panda. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Pankaj Panda. He was with us in Tata Memorial Hospital. He trained here as in clinical research when he did his MSc in clinical research after his training in dentistry. And after that, he went to Apollo Chennai, and then, you know, he set up the research center there, and he was heading the research unit at Apollo Chennai. And more recently, he has moved to Singapore, and as his affiliation there clearly says, he is the Senior Research Officer, Clinical Trials and Epidemiological Sciences, National Cancer Center, Singapore. So he has several years of experience, you know, conducting clinical research behind him, and more importantly, he's an avid, you know, teacher, in the sense, you know, he has attended several workshops as a faculty. The most, you know, illustrious ACCORD workshop, so Asia Pacific Clinical Oncology Research Development Workshop, which was earlier organized by Dr. Martin Stockler in Australia. So he has been a regular faculty at the ACCORD workshop. So he has tremendous amount of experience behind him, and I'm sure, you know, these two sessions will actually put you on the path to writing your existing manuscript for your existing data, as well as whenever you're ready with this data for the proposed study, I'm sure it will keep you in good stead to kind of write the manuscript. So without too much delay, I would like to invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar Panda to deliver these two sessions. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, sir, for such a warm welcome and elaborate introduction. So it's been great to be back here in Mumbai after so many years. So this is, I would like to start with few basics. And before that, and it's going to be a very interactive session. Like I'm going to ask you questions and feel free to stop me anywhere. And you have my email ID. If you're not comfortable asking any particular question, thinking it might be too silly, please mail me. And I can even share my number with you. You can text me and ask me any question anytime, even after the workshop is over, if you need your help, any help during the course of your publication. So this is what I aim to cover. Pretty basic, like how to plan your research when you are aiming for a publication, and why you need to publish, what the editors want, and how to write a paper, some useful resources, publication ethics, and how to please editors and peer reviewers. Sometimes we do see the editors and peer reviewers are the biggest demons, and I'll be quoting some famous quotes which we usually at the back end as a joke we just quote about the reviewers. So it's going to be quite interactive, and feel free to ask me questions. But before that, before this slide, I would like to ask you, like amongst the audience who may be early career or already established in their career or mid-career, so how many of you have already published at least one or more papers? You can just raise your hands. Quite a few. Good. So what was the major motivation for you to publish a paper? It could be anything, because you just wanted to, or was it just for a promotion, or because my guide told me to, so, or I was just helping my mentor to publish paper and I got involved as a co-author. So what is usually the motivation? So I'll give you the option, you can just raise your hands. Was it for promotion? Which is quite common in India and everywhere actually. And because you are helping your mentors or your guide in one of the publication. Who amongst you really wanted, like from inside, that I really want to publish my work, or I really want to publish a paper and to understand the process and to have my name as a co-author? So I'm going to approach my mentor or guide and ask for a topic to work upon. So that inside call to publish is very important sometimes. Like I'm telling this from my own personal experience, and that hunger usually drives you to learn all the processes of what goes into publishing a manuscript. It doesn't start with like a brief draft or anything. It starts from an idea which comes in your mind. It could be anything, and there could be several ideas. So step by step, we'll go through how from an idea to a fully published paper. So before that, let us talk, because all these 3 days you must have heard a lot about research, concepts, outlines, how to develop it into a protocol. So just a brief recap, like anyways, you might be having a lot of ideas which will turn into a research question. And but even you must have realized that not all ideas are going to turn into research questions and study protocols. And just don't be disheartened if some of your ideas are not going to turn into research questions or protocols. But the idea is to keep having those ideas and keep having to express it. Feel free to express it. But also, one problem, because I have been through that, sometimes we are just scared to express our ideas, thinking, oh, probably they might think, my senior or my mentor might think that it's quite silly, it may not work. So it's also very essential to have the right mentor, the right guide, and the right people, colleagues with whom you discuss your ideas. It's very essential. So you need to have that kind of a surrounding where you can freely express your ideas, discuss them. And then you come to know when you discuss it, okay, oh, this idea, I have it in my mind, but already some work is done. So that is not worth pursuing, or probably I can see what different I can do. for this idea so that it makes sense to pursue this idea as research. So once we have an idea and we are sure that it's going to be a good research question, we frame a research question which you already must have like experienced it during the course of the workshop, like the PICO criteria and all. So once you have a full-fledged research question, you do a literature review to see what work has been done already, what has not been done, and what more I can do. So then you're done with it. Then you enlist your co-authors, statistician, supervisor, do the study, agree who will do what, then design the study, develop your methods, ethics, rest of the things which goes into doing a study. Then again, after the study has been done and now that you have almost a fully developed protocol with you, you're going to conduct your study and you've learned about data capture, how to filter the data, clear the data, have an analyzable data, and you have all of these things with you, and then have to think about what is the next step. We all do research with, I'm sure like for almost 100% of the cases like where research is being done, the ultimate end goal is to have a publication. So that definitely is one of the reasons why, because we want our research output, whether it's a positive study or a negative study, so that the message goes to the world. Also, there is sometimes a bias that negative studies, if we have a negative result, we tend to hide it. And even there is some bias among the journals which do not publish negative results. But trust me, even a negative result is quite valuable because it kind of tells you what, or the scientific community, what not to do in future. So that is equally valuable. So publishing, as why we publish, because we need to disseminate the research output, which is going to help not only our patients, but also the research community, the scientific community, our peers amongst all. And what do we publish? New and original results or methods. Obviously, we're not going to publish something which has already been done, and we don't want to duplicate it. And now with so much of competition, it has become very difficult to publish a redundant topic because none of the editors or peer reviewers are going to accept it. As I told, what not to publish is extremely important than what we have to publish. So if we are very cognizant of what not to publish, then it becomes very easy for us to decide what to publish. And that kind of helps us to mold our research ideas as to, because it should come at the stage when you're thinking of the idea. Is it going to benefit the research community at the end? So reports of no scientific interest, out-of-date work, duplications, and incorrect or unacceptable conclusions. These are some of the basic things which we must be cognizant of, not even putting our time and effort of publishing. Sometimes what happens, we have an idea, we need to have a future outlook. We are starting a research study which is quite viable. We also, when we do the literature review, we always think of PubMed or some of Google Scholar or other publication databases. We look for papers and then we decide, okay, this research is worth publishing or pursuing. But also you have to look at clinicaltrials.gov or other trial repositories where a similar study might have just started, maybe a few months before you are starting your study. So by the time you are just about to complete your study, they would have already published it. So all your efforts are going to go in vain. So when you're designing a study, just don't limit your literature review or search to PubMed or other paper databases. Please do talk to your peers across institutions, across regions. So it's very essential to have a good informal network also amongst your colleagues in various regions, countries, so that you are well aware of what is going on and what and where. So now that, okay, no such study is even being designed or done or started, you're sure by the time your study is completing, you have a safe time period, and when you publish, it's going to make sense. So all these things which you may not find it written somewhere as rules. It's purely out of experience. So, which I thought I would share with you so that it becomes very easy for you right at the beginning of your stage and will help you. So many times before, suppose we have been given, okay, you write a paper on this topic. I did panic a lot because that was the first time I was writing. So I know it's very easy for me to tell don't panic, but we all do panic. So this slide doesn't make any sense. So the questions to answer before you write, again, I will emphasize if something is not very interesting and new, I would lose interest, definitely. So like if I'm told to write a review article on some very boring topic, which I don't find interesting, unless there is some deadline for promotion or something, then probably I'll have to write it. But until then, it has to be interesting, something new, something which excites us. Then only we'll have the motivation to write. And something which is very relevant. I remember when COVID started, because everybody was working from home. Most of the people were working from home, and we had lots of time. And that time there was a flood of COVID related articles. Like everybody, even like somebody who's not an expert on COVID also thought of writing something about COVID. So initially, I agree, it was a very hot topic, but towards probably the mid phase or that, like I was working for a journal, like I still do. So we decided that if we see COVID in the name of that submission, we're going to reject it, because everybody started writing about COVID. So that is very essential to determine what is the relevance of a topic during the entire timeline. Sometimes it does loses relevance, and then the top or the written matter or the articles which become redundant, doesn't add much to the already available literature. So the third point is actually one of the most important points why we need to publish. Many a times, I'll give you the example. People talk about low middle income countries, high income countries, how there is so many problems in low middle income countries to do research, to publish a paper, to do this, and how patients have a lot of problem in accessing various drugs in low middle income countries. And you will see articles in hundreds and thousands of numbers where they'll be discussing all these problems. To that extent, even the high income country people will be discussing low middle income country problems without a single LMIC author list in the list. We all know the problems. We are well aware of all the problems. But what about the solution? What we need is solution. Sometimes you're not aware of the problem and you're making people aware of the problem. That's fine. But in many of the cases, the problems we all know. We want to know the solution. So there is no point in again writing an article just to describe the problems. So then the chances of your article getting accepted becomes very less in a good journal. So if you provide a very unique solution to these problems, then even high impact factor journals are going to accept it. So now coming to the type of manuscripts, many times, like I began my career with a review article because that was kind of little easy to write, because it was to review articles, see few of the recent articles, compile the things and just write a review article. But it completely depends on the individual, what kind of article you want to start with. And trust me, the first publication of the career gives you such a good high that it encourages you to write more. So, and then the process starts. So it's very important to have a good beginning and not to think much that, okay, I need my first article to be published in a journal which is probably having impact factor more than 30 or 40 or something. Doesn't matter. Just having that one article published with my name being in the author list, even if it's a fourth, fifth name, that gives, I'm sure you all will agree, that gives such a good high to have the first publication that it further encourages you to aim little more higher, then higher, and then go further. So coming to the type of articles, full articles like original research, and then letters, rapid communications, viewpoints, or if you have read some article, original research, and you feel that you want to comment on something, some aspects, what they could have done it differently, then you write a letter to the editor and then review papers, which are quite common. But nowadays, the percentage of review articles being accepted has drastically reduced. So I would not advise to spend much time on writing a review article unless it is an invited review article. Then at least you are sure of it is getting published. But otherwise, you spend a lot of effort and energy to write such a lengthy review article. You keep sending it to journals and it keeps getting rejected. So it's kind of like you have wasted a lot of time and resources in writing that article. So self-evaluator work, ask your supervisor and colleagues. It's very important to have a good network of colleagues, especially in your department or in your institute, and that too to have the right type of colleagues. We all know, and it's not a hidden secret or something, that sometimes we are a little scared to tell our ideas, so that we think that, okay, if we tell our ideas, this is going to be stolen away, or somebody is going to take our idea and write a similar paper. So it's also very essential to have the right kind of people amongst us with whom we have that trust, and they are going to give us good constructive feedback and to help us write that paper. So all these nitty-gritties are very important in your academic career, research career. So also when we are writing a paper, or we start to write a paper, it's very essential to identify who is going to be the audience for this paper. And many times what I have seen as an editor of a journal, that there is one Indian journal and there is one local regional journal. So many times the work will be covering only okay, this study covers the patient population of a rural Maharashtra region, and it may or may not have a very high impact over the Indian population, but it does have relevance to the local Maharashtra region. So, but if that paper is submitted to one international journal, or maybe Asia Pacific journal, it's going to get rejected because because it's beyond the scope of that journal. It's not going to have much impact to the readers of that Asia Pacific or global journal, but it's going to have an impact on the local audience. So then it becomes very essential, okay, I should submit it to some local journal. Same with some Indian research we have done, which is very relevant, and it may or may not have any effect on the global population. So there is no hard and fast rule, because that time you have to decide who is going to be my audience. And sometimes it's quite unpredictable that we do have to take a chance by submitting it to a journal, unfortunately. But as I gave the example of a local Maharashtra relevant population versus a global study population, and then you can decide what journal. That goes the study population. Second aspect is the subject of your study. If my study is a purely radiation oncology topic, definitely I'm not going to submit it to some surgical oncology journal, unless that radiation oncology topic involves some surgical aspect, then the radiation is going to impact the surgical outcomes or something. That's a different thing. But if it's a purely radiation oncology journal, there's no worth in submitting it to a surgical oncology journal. So these are some of the things which decide who is going to be my audience and what type of journal I'm going to submit it to before I start even writing a paper. So how to select the best journal for your submission? Do look at the references of your paper. That will give you a vague idea about what journals are publishing this kind of work. You can review recent articles, publications in each of the selected journal, and also ask yourself, is the journal peer reviewed? Who is this journal's audience? what is the average time, because some of the really good journals take 3, 4, 5 months, and if you're due for a promotion, so you can't really just submit it and keep waiting. Problem is, if you submit it to a journal, they're taking 3, 4 months, you will not be able to submit it to some other journal, you're just stuck there. And the worst thing is, some of the journals, they accept your article, and then for it to come online, it takes months. I have had one article which was accepted in 2018, and it came online in January 2023. So I myself had forgotten about the article. So it doesn't serve any purpose. So you need to do a little bit of background research about the journal. So when you have an article, you will see submitted on this date, accepted on this date, came online on this date. So just have a look at few of the articles and the timelines that will give you a vague idea about how fast they are. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like some of the recommendations or guidelines, when we are using it, maybe after 1 or 2 years, it becomes different. The histology changes, everything changes. So the right time frame also is very important. And what is the journal's impact factor? Impact factor becomes important also, but if we are at the early career or mid career, would not advise to give too much importance into the impact factor. That will come gradually when you keep writing and you gain experience, unless you have already started working on a path breaking research which is going to have a really good impact. And decide on one journal. Do not submit to multiple journals, because most of the journals now have their inbuilt networks and this pre-publishing open access and all those things. And nowadays it has become so strict that because you are giving a declaration when you're submitting an article that this has not been submitted. You're even mentioning it in the cover letter that we have not submitted it to some other journal. So if you're going against it, and if it is caught, then you're blacklisted by that publisher, and that is not going to good look on your CV or your research career. Then again, this is just kind of a revision of what to consider about journals. I did mention about, is this journal peer-reviewed audience? I'll come to one interesting slide which mentions about predatory journals. It's quite interesting, and these are just kind of a revision, so in order to save time. So these are some of the online resources which can help you to decide on how to select a journal. And there is this exact link also which you can see and use it to see how to target a journal. I would not say they're 100% accurate or they're going to be the exact thing which you really want, but at least they will give you a vague idea and will help you to narrow down your choices. They will help you to find or avoid predatory journals, about whether that journal requires publishing fees, open access, if it's open access, how much fees, and audience, and other things. Then there is this thing called journal and author name estimator also. This is also another tool which is going to help you in selecting a journal. And this is how the interface looks like. Some terms you can add and see what journal suggestions come. This is another tool which will help you to, at least if you enter the abstract or a sample text from your article, then again this will show you a list of the journals. So these are the 2-3 tools which will help you to narrow down your choices. And coming to predatory journals, I'm very sure like most of you who have already published a paper, probably you would have used your Gmail ID as the mail for correspondence, and immediately after probably 1 month or 2 months, or maybe within a week of your paper getting published, you will have emails coming from certain journals whose names look really interesting and credible. Oh, we heard you have published this paper which is very relevant. We would like you to submit your article. We ensure this is fast tracked, this, that. So these are predatory journals. Just be very careful about that. And no doubt they will publish your article within a very like less frame of time, less time frame, but they charge, and sometimes the charges are not very much, probably 5,000 to publish one article. And I'm sure you will realize that the Word document which you're sending it to them, it will exactly come the same way on their journal website, just minor designing and all they will do. There is no peer review, there is no modification, nothing. They will just put it on their website, which doesn't have any relevance. Nobody is going to have a look at it. And the names of the journals are also so interestingly mentioned that most of the times you are tempted to see that, okay, this is some very good journal and they have invited me, they have read my article. This is one mail which has come to me just on the beginning of this month only. So I thought I'll just share with you all to show how they can be. So try to talk to your colleagues about the journal, and if you can identify the publisher, is the journal clear about the peer review process? I'll discuss a little bit about how the peer review process goes on, so that many times knowing about what goes on after you have submitted the article also helps you to write the article and also select the right journal. And what fees? Fees is a very contentious issue in publishing an article, because many times there are few journals, really good ones. They don't mention clearly if there is a publishing fee. Only once when, and sometimes we don't realize it, we submit it, and then after the article has been accepted, they will give you the options that there is, you have to, if your article has to go to the next stage, you have to pay this much of fees, or if you want your article to be open access, you have to pay this much of fees. And sometimes it's become so challenging that as authors we struggle to get a full copy of our own paper. They will ask for payment, you just can't access the full text of those articles. So all these things we have to take into consideration. Fees, about the submission fees, sometimes they have a submission fees also, so it can be submission fees, fees after the paper has been accepted. So all these things we have to take into consideration before submitting our article to any journal. Coming to impact factor, like many of us are sometimes very obsessed with impact factor, and I don't deny that impact factor is very important. And it's all about the citations. It's all about how many times you cite your article. And I'll just be very candid about some of the untold truths again about citations. Many times I have seen some of the journals, if you cite papers from the same journal to which you are submitting, they're a little happier, because what happens is that helps to improve the impact factor of that journal. They do that. I mean, most of the journals do that, and we really can't do anything about it. So this is how the impact factor is usually calculated, based on the citations versus the number of articles. Now coming to a little bit more on a granular level about what constitutes a good manuscript. It contains a clear, useful, and exciting scientific message, logical, formatted really good, and written in a very clear and lucid manner so that it conveys the message clearly. I think we all know that this is what a good manuscript should look like. Now coming to who will do what. Authorship is again a very important aspect, and it should be decided right before the study. Most of the good articles or papers and places where you are expecting some conflict, or you have authors from different organization institutes, so you need to have that authorship, like who is going to be what the order of authorship is going to be, very clearly defined, documented before writing the article. Now authorship sometimes is just gifted to somebody, And as a junior or probably as a student or a fellow, um, fellows definitely would agree with me that sometimes we are told, okay, just write one article or write this paragraph for that article, and then we forget about it. We submit, write it and give it to our senior, and then we realize our name is nowhere there in the publication. It happens. It happens everywhere. So, and we can't do anything about it, unfortunately, as students or juniors. But one thing which we can do is probably when we advance in our career and we reach that kind of a level where we do have students to teach, at least we can make sure that we don't do the same thing. That's the least we can do. So authorship again should be given to somebody who has done a substantial contribution, conception or designed the study, did the stats, or helped in writing the paper, and proofread the paper. So some of this, like many journals now are asking for a contribution form also, like what work they have done for the paper. So all these things should be deciding the authorship. Contributorship is little different from authorship. It is people who took part in the planning, conducting and reporting the work. Guarantors is somebody head or somebody who takes guarantee that, okay, this data is valid, ethical, and all those things, probably the head of the institution. And now coming to writing a research paper, these are some of the known authorities or guidelines which give you a huge essay of how to and what rules and all to follow. It's quite boring, I know, so you can ignore it. These are some of the resources which can help you to just have a brief overview. Just once or twice is more than enough. I'm sure you won't go till twice because the first time itself is going to be boring. And definitely, like the Mumbai road network or the rail network, follow the right road to writing a paper, write the draft of the paper, submit for own peer review, like amongst other colleagues, then do the revisions and submit it to the journal for consideration, which again goes for a peer review, revision, and the process goes on till it's accepted. So for original research, we all know during this entire course what an original research is, and all of you have come with ideas for this workshop which are original research. So how to plan effectively? Have a clear research question, which I've already told you all had the best statistical advice here in the workshop. Use the right study design, which we already have developed, ethically designed so that patient is at the center of everything, and keep an open mind and minimize bias, which you already must have incorporated methods to reduce bias. Agree who will be the principal investigator, co-authors, contributors, and agree to even publish negative results, as I mentioned a little earlier, that don't be shy of publishing negative results. Now, conducting ethically, right from conducting a study to even writing only a paper, everything has to be done really ethically. Otherwise, nowadays, the automation and the methods have become so strict. It's not easy. Previously, there was some leeway, but nowadays it's not at all easy to get away with doing something which is not ethical. Other than that, it should, even if people who are at the beginning of their career or mid-career, it should be inbuilt to behave ethically and to be true to ourselves. So that should come from within, and it should start from the beginning so that it continues throughout the life. Like informed consent, any deviation from the usual practice, and risk to the participants. And many times you will see that there is a journal requirement that has mentioned a statement that has the has the study been approved by the ethics committee. And many times I have seen that we just mention it, even if it's a retrospective. Nowadays, even retrospective studies require ethics approval. Previously, it was not so strict, but nowadays they're asking. And many times people just write it that yes, it has been approved by the ethics committee. does no harm to anybody. Even the journals don't bother going to the ethics committee to ask that, okay, has this study been approved? So, however, there are still some journals which have a method to keep a check on this. What they will do is they will ask for the research protocol to be uploaded. So if you've just mentioned the statement without the study being approved by the ethics committee, especially in case of a retrospective study, so you're caught off guard. So it becomes, even if it's a retrospective study, please have a research protocol, get it approved by the ethics committee, or if it requires a waiver, do whatever it takes, have a proper ethics approval, and then go ahead with the publication. Even if the journal is not asking for an ethics approval or protocol. These are some of the rules which you already, like, everybody knows, like keep it simple, avoid too many acronyms, be specific, concrete, and say what you mean and mean what you say. Planning a manuscript. Some of the common, I would like to start with what are the problems editors and peer reviewers usually see with a manuscript. Poor regard of the journal's conventions or academic writing. There are certain rules which each journal has, and they would have mentioned it in the instructions to authors. Our abstract should be structured, and some will have abstract should not be structured. So all these things we have to keep in mind, the way of reference, how the references should be cited, whether it should be a superscript or in parenthesis. So all these things you have to read the instructions to articles and then take into consideration. No contribution to the usual subject, not properly contextualized, poor theoretical framework. These are some of the main problems which articles get rejected. So these are some of the examples why there was this consensus or a survey about why editors reject manuscripts. So poorly written and excessive jargon is one of the major problems why articles get rejected. Sometimes regions whose native language is not English, even if the article or the research is a very relevant one, the writing may not be so good, but editors do take into consideration, even they help them or provide them with services which helps them to modify the article or improve the text and all, because then they decide that, okay, this research topic is very relevant. So these are some of the factors which you need to consider and take into consideration before or during writing an article. When to draft a manuscript? I would suggest, now that you are almost developing your protocol and you are doing a literature review, you have your materials and methods, this is the right time to start writing your paper. Because the idea is fresh in your mind, you have just recently done all your literature reviews and everything, you have your references in hand, start writing your paper right now. So what will happen is, now that you have the protocol, much of the things are similar, it's going to be very similar in the research paper, keep it. So at the end, once you've started conducting your study, you have started obtaining results, you have obtained your results, so that's how it progresses. So by the end of it, when your study is complete, you just have to maybe refine the results as per the latest results and write the discussion and conclusion. So that is how usually you should start with writing a paper. So that is why it is again a fact that many times it is written that write your protocol as if it's publication ready. So, and some of the time, many times what happens is, we have done our work in a lab or a setup, we have come for a 1-year fellowship, 2-year fellowship somewhere, and then we have done our work. It becomes very difficult after you have left that place to write it up, because you don't have access to the data sometimes, you don't have access to the resources. So it's better to start writing much of the thing while you are there in that place. Some things maybe you can write after you have left. So the time frame of writing a manuscript also becomes very important. Main components of a scientific paper: the usual title, authors, abstract, introduction, materials, methods, results, discussion, conclusion, and the 4 pillars of any article. The EMRAD structure while writing a draft: introduction, what is the issue, materials and methods, what did you do, results, what did you find, and discussion, what does it mean. Title becomes extremely important while writing a paper, and it takes a great deal of time to select the proper title of your paper, because that is how your article is going to be searched across all databases. That is how your article is going to be cited, and it goes on a lot about how far it is going to go across audiences. Authors, list the more important authors and abstract. I'll come in detail about all these things. Title, as I mentioned, is the backbone of an article. It will decide whether the article is worth reading or will get the attention of the readers. How to develop your title. This is the right opportunity about how to attract the reader's attention. Before I go to this, you all have protocols which have been developed. How many of you have acronyms for your protocols? There is actually one study which showed that protocols which have really catchy acronyms are go on to become more successful. There is a study published. I forgot to quote that study, but there is actually a study. So the there is no formal like database where unfortunately where the acronyms are deposited, where you can see that, okay, if I have selected this acronym, then somebody else would have not used it. uh, we have to go find it through Google, unfortunately. And sometimes there are some random acronyms which don't make sense to the article, but there are some acronyms which are very helpful, and they serve the purpose of like to convey the message that my study is kind of a little bit about this thing. Like the recently Dr. Vedant's study, which is pop RT study. When you hear that article, okay, you know that it's something to do with prostate and RT. So attractive and catchy title definitely for your paper. Papers usually do not have acronyms, usually not. The best for me personally was this article which I have mentioned here, the low dose immunotherapy in head and neck cancer. That, from at least I found it really catchy. This is like something really like a breaking news or something. So looks like a very simple title but has a lot of impact. So that is how you also cannot have really lengthy titles for your articles, which will be running into several words, and it becomes difficult to quote those titles when you are trying to propagate or disseminate across. Now coming to the abstract, many times what we struggle with is, after we have written the article, to write the abstract to while submission to the journals, and then given the word limit, some of the journals have ridiculous word limits, which is like probably 200 words, and you're really lost what to include, what not to include. It's a challenge. There is no easy solution to it, unfortunately. And many times abstract is the only thing which is going to help you whether your article is going to be accepted or not, because most of the editors would just go through the abstracts only and then decide without going to the main article. So that's why it becomes very important. So you have to design your abstract of your study such that even if the paper is kept aside, the main manuscript is kept aside for some time, it is going to convey what I want it to convey, my entire study to convey. It should be accurate and specific. And word limitations, we can't go away, we can't hide away from word limitations, unfortunately. 50 to 300, I don't think there is anywhere I've seen more than 300 abstract is required. Especially it becomes challenging for submitting conference abstracts, where we are stuck with word limit, and it's a matter of whether our abstract is going to be accepted or not. So how a structured, many times how long have we covered? It's almost, you guys need a break. If you want, you can have a break, or if you want me to continue, then I'll continue. And if you want, you can carry your tea, coffee, water, and bring it here, and we can continue. How would you like it? Want a break? I'm fine with it. So how long do you want a break? Sure. Okay. We continue after the break.
I will copy on this one only. So actually,
How to find out whether a journal is fake or a predatory journal or not. So I'll give you the example of this particular journal, International Journal of Current Research. So if you want to submit it only to a PubMed index journal, it becomes a little easy on how to search for it. So you go to PubMed, the home page of PubMed, and then there is this place called journals, which is kind of a repository of most of the journals which are PubMed indexed. And also if some of the journals are not PubMed indexed or Medline indexed, so there are these two databases. So it will kind of give you an idea about whether it's indexed or not, and since when is it indexed, has it become indexed recently, and all those things you can have a look. So we'll go so when you click on that journal thing, this will come. So you just type on the journal, International Journal of Current Research. We will have a look. It will keep showing you this drop downs also. There is no such journal. So that is one way how you identify whether it's a predatory journal, whether it's indexed or not. Other thing, Google Uncle is always there. So you can just go to that journal's website. Sometimes these predatory journals do have really well-designed websites, so you have to be really careful about what all to look for. See, these are some of the red flags. Fast publication, and it looks very attractive. Yeah, animations, open access, and definitely somewhere it will be written some amount also, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000. And sometimes when sometimes when somebody is really in desperate need of a publication, or doesn't matter which journal it's published, they just want their name as one of the author for some promotion or something, people do usually go for it, and there is no dearth of such instances. So the other thing which you can have a look at, even if, okay, the journal in question passes this phase, it looks like a little bit more relevant journal or a little more credible journal, what you should do is you should go and look at the editorial board. Sometimes journals with names cancer research also, you will have editorial board members who are miles away from cancer. So you can have a look. There will be some from some random university which does not exist, and I'm not sure even if those people exist or not. So that is one way. The other thing is you have to see their archives. How frequently are they publishing? So these are some of the ways where you can also include your judgment, and also talk to your peers and colleagues and ask them. And after a certain point of time, you yourself can make about it when you receive such emails. Okay, this is some random journal, I'm not going to even bother looking at. So be very careful, and I'm sure you all are at such stages of a career where you are cognizant of these predatory and fake journals. Yeah. So yeah, not in PubMed, but yeah, it does have. But sometimes some journals which are really new, they start and you will have a really good website where everything is very well mentioned, but then it becomes essential to see how frequently they publish and what is in their archives. If they're in PubMed, definitely they're not predatory. Yeah. Yeah. So now when we begin writing our abstract, many times some of the journals will ask for an unstructured abstract. They may not require an abstract when you're writing a letter to the editor, or correspondence, or a reply to some comment or anything that type. If you are submitting, then you may not require an abstract. But when you're writing an original research, almost most of the articles will ask you to have a structured abstract, which should include these basic headings such as objectives, or a little bit about the background, rationale, design, setting, participants, what interventions, main outcome measures, results, conclusions, and trial registration. So this is one example of a paper which was published in JCO from TMH only, and this kind of gives you an overview about how a structured abstract looks like. It has a purpose. Some of the journals will use little more interchangeable wordings, like somebody will be using background, or somebody would be using context, somebody would be using purpose, patients and methods, while somebody would be using materials and methods, results, discussion, or sometimes usually discussion is not mentioned in the abstract, and then the conclusion. Now coming to keywords, many times we tend to overlook or neglect while submitting an article mentioning the keywords, but trust me, that's a very important factor so that your article is easily recognizable and searchable in some of the databases. So please do give emphasis on what keywords you want your article to be associated with, and that should be, it is basically just like the Instagram or the Twitter thing where it is hashtags. So keywords are basically hashtags for your paper. Yes, the journals do have the recommendations whether they want it, like how many they want as mesh words. Most of the times they do not have it. So it completely depends on the individual and how many mesh words they want to include as keywords. Now coming to the introduction, which is setting the scene of the article, which becomes very important. And basically introduction is something where you're writing what the problem was, where was the lacunae, what was not done, what are we trying to do in this article, and what we are trying to do it differently. It should be very brief, succinct, focused, and it should have literature citations, should not be too long, and a little bit about the rationale or the importance of the current study. This is one paper which was again published from the Tata Memorial Hospital, and you can see the introduction is pretty succinct, pretty small, but it does convey the right amount of message. So it has a little bit about the background, it has what the problem was for them to do the study, and then it also has how the study was is different, or what they're trying to achieve, or the rationale behind the study. Now coming to the materials and methods, it's pretty straightforward. What was used, what was done, how it was done. So as I mentioned, when you're writing the protocol, the materials and methods, and probably the introduction section is already more or less finalized. So it's almost publication ready. So you can just take it from there. And provide enough details for the competent researchers to repeat the experiment. Like if somebody wants to do a kind of a similar experiment in their setup, it should be written in such a manner that it can be, just by reading that thing, they can do it. And also it should have details about what the intervention, the dose, the frequency, and if some of the trade names and all. So depending on the journal requirements, whether you can include trade names, or some journals make it mandatory to use some names, generic names. So all these things, when you read through the instructions to authors, you can decide, and you can probably modify the materials and methods. You should also include the stats and the data collection methodologies of the processes which you have faced, you have undertaken. So this is briefly an overview about two different papers and how the materials and methods have been written. These are the same, these and another paper, like these are the three papers which I'll be quoting as examples throughout till the conclusion section of an article. So this is the patients and methods, and as I mentioned, some papers write it materials and methods or just methods. So these methods will include the study design, the study population, the random assignment, treatment protocol, outcome measures, statistical details. Here the other formula, like the frame, is study population, study design, and statistical consideration. So each journal have their own way of representing materials and methods. Sometimes they will explicitly mention it in the instructions to the authors on what headings or subheadings they want each section of an article to be written. Now coming to the result section becomes very tricky sometimes, because sometimes, like, I mean, I have faced it when I was a beginner. When we write the result section, we do have a set of tables and graphs, and when we start writing the results, sometimes unknowingly we tend to duplicate it. So we already write it in the text, but the same thing is already mentioned in the table, because we all know that journal spaces, whether be it print or online, the space is very precious. So that is why duplication of facts is or text as compared to figures is not advisable. So ensure that what you're writing as a text is not exactly duplicated in the figure. So you have to balance it between text and figures. And do avoid using words such as proves, confirmed, removed all doubts. Such extreme words kind of gives a negative connotation. And so that's what, give tables and figures where needed. It should not be like it's a simple study, but you have submitted almost 10, 12 figures. Usually some journals have in their submission portals mechanisms to restrict you to the number of tables or figures to be submitted. So when you're drafting the manuscript or drafting the tables, figures, read the instructions to authors or what are the maximum number of tables or figures you can submit. Sometimes journals do also have regulations like upon the number of color tables, color figures, because otherwise they will start charging per colored figure. So all these things, even if it's a free journal, they probably will charge for color figures. So all these things you have to take into consideration before drafting your figures and your tables. These are some of the examples of results. This is again the JAMA Oncology ACRT paper, and the tables and the graphs are done by Sadhna madam. So this is, you can see how succinct it is, conveys the right amount of data, and it avoids duplication. I can give you the link if the text, I'm sure it's not visible much, the text, but I can give you the links of the paper. You can refer it to as an example to about how to represent results. Discussion is the most important aspect of the paper, whether we realize it or not. Many times we just read the result section and we just leave it at that. We do it sometimes, but discussion becomes important because discussion is the place where you are basically justifying what results you have obtained as compared to already available literature, how your data is faring with what is already available, what extra are you adding to the literature. So all these important aspects of a study are discussed in the discussion part. So these are some of the examples of discussion, like as we can see how important and how succinctly this discussion is written. Like this is one of my most favorite papers, the low dose immunotherapy in head and neck cancer. And as I also mentioned earlier during the presentation, the topic itself is so catchy. It's a very simple topic, short topic, but it's a very attractive topic, and it compels you to read the paper. So just for the sake of revision, how important the topic is also. So this is how, like, there are certain examples where you can read the like you can see or you can refer how a discussion is written. And while you have already selected a journal to publish, you can go through the archives of that journal and see how the discussion has been framed. Are there any particular headings or particular flow in which the discussion has to be written? So you can always refer to their archives. Now, coming to the conclusion of a article, many times we tend to overlook the conclusion part of the article, and sometimes there are some journals which do not mandate having a conclusion, and this is just a basic summarization or a justification of your work. And so you can also mention some of the future experiments or future research which you are probably going to do as a consequence of this research which you have conducted and going to publish. And it should be very succinct and short. And this is one example again of the JAMA paper from TMH, where the conclusion is very succinctly and in a very short and manner it is written. Acknowledgements become a very vital portion of your paper, where you are acknowledging some of the funding sources, or some of the other non-financial support which you have received during the course of your study or writing the manuscript. And some of the journals do have a separate section for funding sources declaration, while some do not have. So it becomes very relevant to disclose or to mention, to acknowledge the support which you have received, whether it's financial, non-financial, and some of the department staffs which have helped you in collecting the data. References. So citing references becomes very important, and it's sometimes a very painstaking process if you're doing it manually. And there are many softwares, I would say, and given the time constraints, I will mention some of the softwares which you can refer to and about which can help you how to arrange your references. And the main problem which we face is, suppose we have written an article and there are modifications, there are additions, deletions in the text, and that completely deranges all the references which you have cited, and it becomes a pain to again rearrange all the references. So these softwares will help you to arrange or will ease your burden about how to arrange the references, because once you're using these references, even if you're modifying the text or the body of the article, they will auto arrange the references. You don't have to worry about doing it manually. And also, please keep in mind the instructions to authors as to how they want the references to be cited in the body of the manuscript, whether they want it as superscripts or in parentheses. So all these things keep in mind and then proceed with the article, because if after completing the entire article, you don't want to again change every parenthesis into superscript. That is again going to take time. Some of the softwares which you can use is EndNote, Zotero, Mendeley. All these softwares you can use for references. I'll see if at the end of, if we have time, I would like to show you how to use these softwares. Coming to the role of feedback. Feedback at every stage of a research process, whether it's doing a study, writing a protocol, writing a manuscript, is very essential. And from whom you get the feedback also is very important. It can be colleagues, conferences, other groups. It's very important at every stage you take feedback from your trusted sources. As I mentioned, instructions to authors are extremely valuable, so which will give you an idea about how to structure your paper. So each journal has their own set of instructions, and somewhere there are discussions also amongst the academic and research circles that it shouldn't be such a pain to submit an article, because trust me, sometimes it is told that conducting a research is not such a burden as the burden is submitting a paper. Submitting a paper takes a lot of time sometimes. So I hope that in future we have certain rules or some instructions where it is uniform, like you have one just single format of submitting a paper, be it any publisher or any journal. That takes a lot of burden. So while preparing figures for your submission, you are including probably charts, tables, figures. Check for the resolution and formatting guidelines. Some of the journals have a particular resolution or size of the figure which you can submit. So check all these things so as to avoid, because sometimes what happens if you have a biostatistics resource who has given you the figure and you have submitted it in one resolution, and God forbid if that biostatistician is no longer working and you have no contact with that person, and the journal will ask you to revise the figure because they want a particular resolution. You don't have the raw data, you don't have the source, so it becomes very difficult to again change it. So beforehand, preempt it and go through the instructions and see what resolution they want the figures and tables. So that will save a lot of time. And some journals have their different ways of how to submit the figures. Many times they will ask you to submit different, as a different file. Sometimes they will ask you to submit figure in a single file, attach it as PDF format, like PDF, JPEG, PNG, TIFF. So they have specific instructions on how they want it. And they should be clearly labeled, cited in the body of the manuscript, and the chronology of the figures must be very careful about how you are. It should not be like figure number 2 is cited first and then figure number 1. So all these things you have to keep in mind while citing figures or including figures in your manuscript. More importantly, sometimes knowingly or unknowingly, that becomes very relevant, more especially in terms of review articles. We tend to include certain figures which we have taken from the internet, but that could be a source of copyright issue also. So unless you have yourself created or your design team or art team has created a figure, be very careful to quote the source of that figure, to cite that figure, and to quote the reference of that figure. Otherwise, it could be a copyright issue. So preparing data for submission, when you're submitting your data, like it should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, the FAIR category. And it is very relevant because some of the journals do ask for the raw data. It depends, varies from journal to journal. And required some of the documentation while you are submitting your article. As I mentioned earlier, they require ethics approval. Sometimes journal, if you're submitting a case report or a case series, journals do ask sometimes to submit the patient consent form. And sometimes they might be having their own performa for patient consent form, or they do accept your institutional patient consent form also. Then permission to use some figures or patient data, conflict of interest, and publishing consent. So all these things are some of the other small aspects, but very vital aspects which are important while submitting one article. How to write a cover letter. Many times after everything is done, we are already exhausted, and this is probably the least important thing which we want to spend our head on, about writing a cover letter. But trust me, some of the very well-known journals, they pay a lot of attention to how a cover letter is written. So cover letter should definitely have this right salutation, the writing, the body. It should definitely include why you are submitting it to the journal, how your article is different from that journal, like whatever has been published, possibly in the literature or possibly in that particular journal, and how you are going to add value to that journal. So it should not reflect that we are desperate for our article to be published in that journal, but rather you should indirectly give an indication that the journal is going to benefit a lot if they publish your article. That is how you have to modulate it. So then again, it's like the same thing which I was mentioning, and permission to use, email IDs, and the regular stuff which you publish. Now coming to peer review. Peer review is one of the most dreaded processes after we submit an article, and sometimes it's like an entirely different lecture altogether about how the peer review process goes. So sometimes it is a single peer review, double peer review, open peer review, anonymous, it could be non-anonymous. Sometimes when the reviewers get the articles, they cannot see who are the authors of these articles. So, and that becomes a blinded peer review. So what happens when you submit your article to a journal? It's very important to know the process after that. It doesn't stop at that process where you have submitted your article. You should be cognizant about what happens. So that kind of helps you also to write your article. So the admin or the immediate admin will kind of check for some of that everything is in order, if the cover letter is present, if they have submitted all the figures in the correct format or not. If it is not done, then they will send it back to the author for technical modifications or something like that. And after everything is sorted out and the admin is okay with the format and everything is in order, then they will send it to sometimes the section editors or directly to the peer reviewers. So once the reviewers have reviewed it, they will give it to the editor or the section editor, who will then decide whether it's rejected up front, or it needs major revision, minor revision, or it is accepted as it is. And very rarely, I mean, they're accepted as it is. So sometimes when after repeated instructions, also the authors fail to submit it into the required format, it is called as desk reject right at the editorial level. These are again, when you receive the peer review, you will have, there are some notes from the editor who kind of summarizes what the peer reviewers have mentioned, whether it is like the peer reviewers have indicated that this is a very interesting article and we would like to receive one revised article. Then core examination, like article topic. Sometimes the article topic does not reflect what exactly is presented in the manuscript. So they might have some comments about the article topic, the key findings and conclusion. Some of the major comments would be regarding the study design or the ethics and the stats. Some of the minor comments could be because of some spelling error, some syntax error also. As I mentioned, the types of decisions are accept, reject, my major revisions, minor revisions. So while responding to reviewers' comments, so carefully read the decision letter and don't become disheartened. And I know even if I tell don't become disheartened, it's like I would say if you are getting, unless it is a reject letter, if it is major revision, minor revision, be happy. Revision is never a problem. So consult your co-authors, break down the comments by category, create a list, and make all the suggested amendments point by point, answer each comment, and then review it and then send it. It's all about like giving an examination. So while we were students, or we still are students, and when we give an examination, our main aim is to make the job easier for the examiner, so that whatever we are writing it's right in a presentable and easily readable format for the examiner. So same is with the editor. So while we are submitting the comments, it is either you accept the comment, you want to justify it, whether I have modified it. So all these things you have to mention it, make the changes in the manuscript, in a tracked changes. Sometimes the journal will ask you to submit both the clean document and also the one with the track changes. So it's all in the instructions to authors, or probably in the letter which you receive after peer review, it will be mentioned in what format you have to send the reply. So what really reviewers look for? Clear communication, contribution, original, study design, language, and grammar, definitely. And how do I appeal in case of rejection? Provide evidence and clear explanations. And unfortunately, once an article is rejected, it's very difficult for a successful appeal. And time, again, for peer review, it depends. There is no such particular rule that, even though journals sometimes mention that they have this much weeks before the first decisions and all, usually it is a very plus minus figure. So how can one become a reviewer? Once you start publishing and you have little more number of publications, you tend to automatically get invitations to review articles based on your expertise. Revision and proofreading is one of the key, and consulting your peers is one of the key aspects of writing a paper. Revision, and when you are writing an article, circulate it amongst the co-authors and give sufficient time for revision and proofreading regarding vocabulary, tightening the sentences, spell check, punctuation, typos, symbols, and some of the things. So some of the things which is important to remember are: preparation is important, but do not spend too much time on that. Submit to the right journal, submit to one journal only, check the English, pay attention to the structure as per the instructions, and journal requirements, be honest. And plagiarism. This is one very important thing, and as per my personal experience, I would say that I didn't find any free software to check plagiarism which is really stringent. Unfortunately, many of the free softwares which are available on the internet to check plagiarism are not so stringent. So sometimes we get a false sense of result that, okay, whatever we have written, and unknowingly sometimes we do quote some articles and text or something, and unknowingly it could be very similar to other published article. So, but do make sure while writing the article that you do not directly copy paste some of the larger sections. So that is up to you while you're writing. And over dependence on some of the free softwares, I would not advise for checking plagiarism, because they're not accurate. Now coming to kind of the last. No, references they do not. Like, yeah. So like, I can talk about the back end of plagiarism. So usually what happens, they look at the overall percentage. Like it's at the back end, the editors and the section editors do have it in that. See, some sentences you really can't change it, like definitions and all. So they definitely will be pointed out in the plagiarism report. So that is up to the editor and the section editor to decide. Suppose if the article is showing 40% plagiarism, then definitely it has a huge section which has been plagiarized. You can't accept it. You send it back to the author to change it. And if you really think that this is going to be a good paper, otherwise you simply reject it. So definitions do sometimes, unfortunately, pop up in the plagiarism reports. You can't help it. Yeah, it still will come in the plagiarism report. Yeah. Depends journal to journal. Like some journals are very strict. They do not accept beyond 10%. Some accept beyond 15%. So if an article has a lot of definitions, unfortunately, it will still show a considerable amount of plagiarism. You can't change some definitions. So it's kind of case-to-case basis, but usually 6 to 8% is considered acceptable in OK journal. No, references are usually not. Yeah. Yes, unless it is a definition which is like, see, definitions you can't change. But if you are quoting, suppose there is one article from which I have completely taken 3-4 sentences from the discussion part of that article, I have referenced it, it will still show up as a section which has been plagiarized, unless that thing includes some really standard definition which you really can't change it. So nowadays we are hearing a lot about Chat GPT and other softwares to make presentations, to write papers, and trust me, they are not going to replace your own intelligence. And they are there to help you, but they are not there to take over all you have to do to write your paper or to make your presentations. You should look at them as accomplishes, not like the main person who is going to, or there is somebody, Chat GPT uncle, who is going to make your own presentation. It's not going to happen. So I will give you a certain example about how you can use it effectively when you're probably writing a research paper or a research protocol. So this is how it is going to look. How many of you have already used Chat GPT? If I can have a raise of hands. Okay, so how many of you have the paid one and how many of you have the free one? Yeah, even I have the free one. So this is how it looks. I'm sure you all are familiar with the home page of ChatGPT. So when you're assigned research papers regarding a particular topic and you want some help, so just have to give the prompt. This is not like you have to exactly quote word by word. It is a very free flowing text which you can write, but you also have to be very careful about what instructions you're giving to the bot and what you want from that. Suppose example is I want to write something on proton therapy for high grade gliomas, and I have been told that it has to be a 10-page review or something, and it has to have some references, probably sources from 5 different primary references or these many secondary references. So, and you want a specific topic. Unless it is mentioned that your article has to be only on proton therapy for high-grade gliomas. So now that I've given the topic, so the Chat GPT will give me examples of what review articles I can write or what possible topics I can have. So the first topic has been efficacy of proton therapy versus conventional radiation therapy in high-grade gliomas, optimal treatment protocols for high-grade gliomas with proton therapy, role of advanced imaging techniques, and cost effectiveness analysis. So these are some of the possible topics which you will get. After you have received this topic, you can also, if you want to modulate some of the given topics and find a little more specific topic, you can alter the words, and then possibly you can find it, get a list of more refined topics also. So now that you have a possible topic, which suppose amongst the 5, I decided, okay, I want to do a little bit more on the first topic. Then you can ask ChatGPT for further information. You can even, as I mentioned, tweak these topics. And once you've selected the topic, so you can tell them, can you give me the outline of a research paper that is again 10 pages and needs to use prime resources on the efficacy of proton therapy versus conventional radiation therapy, which was the first topic that we had at the top. So once you've given this prompt to ChatGPT, then ChatGPT will give you options about how the outline of the article is going to be, with introduction, literature review, biological rationale for the proton therapy, clinical evidence, and amongst that you will have subheadings also. And it continues till the conclusion aspect, future direction, challenges, comparativeness. So this will give you a brief idea about how it is going to be, and it is up to you what you want to select from ChatGPT. As I mentioned, it is up to you how and to what extent you want to use the chatbot's responses for your paper writing. I will again keep on telling it that these are just help for you. This is not going to replace your own intellect. So sometimes we want proper sources and references for something or some topic which we want. Now that we have a topic and an outline established, you want some proper references which you can quote it or you can cite it in the paper. So can you give me sources for a 10-page document and for this particular topic? So when you give this command, the ChatGPT will give you resources. These are the references which you can cite. You can also ask for more references to ChatGPT to have, and probably you can refer to these papers and then further develop your outline or include it in the main body of the article. Now coming to few other tools which use AI while writing a paper. This is one which you all must have heard, I'm sure, whether sometimes in some of the systems it is by default included, like especially some of the Gmails and the Google platforms, Grammarly, which has a free and a premium subscription also. And it's very helpful actually, and I've personally used it and it's extremely helpful. How many of you have heard about Grammarly? Yeah, I mean all. How many of you actually find it very useful? Yes, even I find it very useful. So this is how it looks for who have not yet used it. So this is one example, like this is probably one abstract which I had written, and I just uploaded it into Grammarly, probably the desktop software, and these is how it will give you the suggestions. Like this is your main text, and here you can get your suggestions and you accept it or dismiss it, whether you want to take it. I would say even you all must have realized that Microsoft Word also does, but Microsoft Word is more of like a spell check, but this is more like a very intuitive, and it also, as the name suggests, it checks for the grammar also in a very intuitive and a very helpful manner. Some of the other softwares which you have as an alternative to Grammarly, as this one, I did use it, but I would say Grammarly is some extent, I would say. They does have a plagiarism check also, Grammarly, but I didn't find it so useful. Like the only, probably the most reliable plagiarism check I have seen is some of the journal, like if some of you are editor in one of the editorial boards of journals, when you see the back end of a journal, they have this paid plagiarism checks. They are really good. Yeah. So they are really good and exhaustive and reliable, I would say. So these are some of the free and premium softwares which you can use, but I will again, if I have to advise or pick one, then I would choose Grammarly, which is very easily available and easy to use also. So this is kind of like the last slide, and I'll be happy to take any questions if we have time, and you have my mail ID possibly. I will be happy to. You can have my mail ID. If you have any queries, you can ask me. Yeah. Yeah. But its articles are cited. See, definition of predatory again depends on articles. See, they don't. No, even when you submit a new article to a predatory journal, you don't know the future of your article. Like, no, they will just keep it there. It is just for them to make money, because they will ask for 5,000 rupees that, okay, we will take 5,000, but we'll publish your article. So unless you are bothered about what is happening to my article after that, nobody, and even if somebody steals that article somewhere, unless some of the predatory journals even don't have their inclusion in simple a Google Scholar database or any database also. So even if somebody is plagiarizing it, they can't be accountable for that. So anybody, but yeah, so they don't have anything. But curious, and for that matter, like some of don't know to quote it, but some of the, there is one very well-known group which has a lot of journals, and they keep on bombarding you for submitting articles and reviewing articles. I would not say they're predatory, because they are referred to. Yeah. So, and yeah, they're not predatory actually. Yeah, they're not. And the other thing is, yeah, the other thing is, many times what happens is, some of the younger academicians, because they, as the culture of startups is very prevalent, they do start journals with a lot of enthusiasm, but they're not able to sustain it. So you have to, and there are certain journals which are started by reputed academic institutions or groups, and with a relevant publisher, with a good publisher, but they have just started. But you know the background of these journals are, okay, it is started by somebody who is more credible. There is no harm in submitting it to the journal. You know that in future it is going to be indexed, and all your articles are going to be retrospectively indexed. So this is upon judgment, and as I mentioned, talking to your peers and talking to your seniors and mentors and taking the decision.
Questions online from the online viewers. So I think this is from the editor of a journal. So he wants to know, nice presentation, thank you. As an editor of a journal, we invite review articles from experts who have already published significantly on a given topic. What would you suggest the young investigators in the audience should be doing on priority? Would you rather have them publish, concentrate on original article, work and publishing the original articles, or do they start writing review articles to get practice of manuscript writing?
As it has been mentioned, like, thank you for the comment, and as he has already mentioned that they invite review articles. So again, it is, if a journal is coming up with a special issue where they're inviting review articles, and that is a need of that journal at that time, it's okay to write a review article. Many times journals, you will see when you submit one article to a journal, they will just write a single line before rejecting or while rejecting your article. This is not in the current scope of the journal. So that becomes very important. What is the priority of that journal at that point of time? During COVID time, every journal had COVID as their priority. But after a certain point of time, it was not their priority. So even if you write a review article, doesn't matter. They will reject it. So to start, definitely writing a review article is a good practice. Don't deny that. But we also have to be like, we can't expect we write a review article and that it is going to be accepted in a very high impact journal. So it is to have a practice or to have a good practice to write a review article. We should also be very cognizant of our hopes of where it is going to be published, unless we want to just have a practice. Doesn't matter, like even if it's a little slightly low impact factor journal, but a decent journal, it's fine as long as it's accepted.
You're suggesting that it is not a bad idea for young researchers to write reviews. Okay, so there's one more question. I think from the same person. As a reviewer, what is your take on journals that sends an article for review disclosing the authors and affiliations?
Bias. The first word I would say. Definitely it becomes a bias. And it's human nature to have bias. Like if as a reviewer I see, like now I'm no longer in, suppose, affiliated to TMH, but if I see an article from TMH, definitely it will come in mind that this is an article from TMH, definitely the work is good. And sometimes what happens, I see one organization or an institution, I don't recognize it. And immediately, oh, I don't know this organization. I'm sure I don't know the quality of the research and everything, but it comes a bias. And when I start reviewing the article, I will be reviewing it with that bias in my mind, even though it could be a very good article. So to make it anonymous, I would say is the best step, but some journals don't use the anonymizing it. But as personally, I would suggest it to be as anonymous as possible.
Thank you, Pankaj. I'm sure there will be many more questions, but in the interest of time, we should wrap up this session here. But thank you, Pankaj, because you covered not only, because I was thinking that we will do only the fancy stuff about ChatGPT and so on, but you not only did that, but you also covered the traditional way of writing a manuscript, which is so important. It is so important to be kind of rooted, before you start flying. So thank you very much. That was an excellent session, and I'm sure the audience really appreciated that. And so before we go on to the much anticipated panel discussion, there is a small surprise for you. And this surprise is in the form of Dr. Shrikant Bangdiwala, who wants to show some fun slides about randomized control trials. So I'm sure you don't want to miss this for anything. Welcome, Dr. Bangdiwala.
You all remember what Dr. Bennett said, right? That you have to do things with 2X, right? With friends, but also with fun. So hopefully you'll enjoy these fun thing about trials. Yeah. So we have been talking about clinical trials, and everybody, we talk about clinical trials being the main type of study design that can really convince somebody of causal associations. It can change clinical practice, and it is therefore considered the best study design. So some people now think about it as, what happened here? Is that it? I think it was open already. Oh yeah, it's down here. Okay. So people believe in trials as a religion. And most religions have a trilogy, okay? And so the belief in the Holy Trinity of trialism, the religion of trials, relates to the clinician, the patient, and the biostatistician. So let's see if I can go here. So there's always a God. What is the God in the view of the patient? The physician. Oops. But the physician's perception of God is a significant p-value. Okay? What is the perception of God for the biostatistician? You remember what Dr. Mahesh said? the statistician. All religions have a God, all religions have a devil. So what is the perception of the devil for the patient? Being randomized. They don't want to be randomized. What is the perception of the devil for the physician? Can you guess? Having a non-significant result. P-value greater than 0.05. For a statistician, what is the worst thing? What is the devil for the statistician? Having a sample size of 1. You can't do anything with a very small sample size of 1. So then we have the 10 commandments of the religion of trialism. And what are these 10 commandments? And these is a little bit more serious. Thou shalt randomize is number 1. Thou shalt double blind is number 2. Thou shalt not do unto a patient that which you would not do unto yourself. I don't know why this keeps going away. Thou shalt commit consecutive patients. Remember what Dr. Dennis said? Why does this keep doing this? I don't understand. All right, there we go. Thou shalt, I don't know what's happening here. Keeps doing that. Yeah. Sorry. There's one more slide. This one? This one? Slide change I have. Presentation पेंड्राइव लगाई हुई है पेंड्राइव डिटेक्ट नहीं हो इसीलिए शायद last one. This is the last one. Go to the last one. Yeah. So we had the first 4 commandments here, but then thou shalt commit consecutive patients is what Dr. Dennis said. Thou shalt follow the protocol is number 5. Number 6, thou shalt complete all clinical terms. So complete data, what Dr. Shadna talked about. Number 9, thou shalt use appropriate statistical evaluation. Use the proper statistics. Thou shalt answer to only a few questions. Don't have more than one primary hypothesis. Thou shalt not adulterate the data. Do proper data management. And finally, deal with the regulatory agencies. Thou shalt not take the FDA's name in vain. So anyway, hope you enjoyed that. So now you can go to the
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Bangdiwala, for bringing that impromptu. It was so important for people to understand, and it gives me immense pleasure to note that we have covered most of those 10 commandments in during the course of this protocol development session. Thank you very much. So moving forward, what we should have done first, we are doing it toward the end of this one. Ethics first. So it gives me immense pleasure once again to invite Dr. Kumar Prabhash to conduct this panel discussion on ethics in conducting research in oncology. Welcome. And of course, Dr. Kumar Prabhash needs no introduction, so I'm not going to introduce him at all.
They can interact also. Like to interact with the panel. So you have to put questions to panelists, not the moderator. Moderator is only a person who is mediating between. Yes, yes. So Sarbani, the Sachin Nair. So this is the, no, from CMC Vellore. Oh, okay, good, good. Oh, but they may not be able to see it what we have, but that's okay. I think so. We can paraphrase it, and so that we can have that discussion about it. So, in today's time, and thank you, Vikram, for this opportunity. The ethics committee, your institutional ethics committee for investigator-initiated trial becomes the highest authority to decide everything and anything. Am I right, Sudhir? It doesn't go to DCGI?
Yeah, so you are asking
Is it right so that they know it where it? So sorry, you are asking?
You're asking me a question or a
Yes.
comment on the
No,
statement?
I'm asking question. Is it right if my perception is this is my perception?
Can you repeat one more time?
So
Clarify that.
for investigator-initiated studies, in today's time, as per the laws, the local IRB of the institution is the highest body to decide finally what happens to a project.
It is less, the IEC acts as a regulator. Previously, you need to go to the
CDSO or
CDSO or something,
DCGI.
DCGI. Now IEC like acts as a regulator and in this particular. So you sort of it is true.
Okay. So you have gods of, so you have got the multiple secretaries sitting here. They are the gods of what? The trials for investigator-initiated studies. So you can ask every question to them, whatever you have. So, and I verified with the God and they have said, yeah, that's true. Now, what I'll do is, I'll put you some situations. Gods can be also made a bit uncomfortable. Correct or no? It can. Oh, great. So that is nice. So I'm taking permission and then making uncomfortable. Now, what happens is, usually regulators, they feel कि देखो मेरे पास फाइल आएगी, मैं फाइल साइन करूंगा और वो आगे जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी. So what is the role of ethics committee in increasing the research in this country, considering, and this statement again will request everyone to comment from the panelists, that research is very, very minuscule in Indian context.
Let me start. Then
First part, is it minuscule or not?
I think it is increasing. I will say cannot call it as minuscule right now. If you see some of the centers we have higher research, there are multiple factors. You cannot put the entire blame on a regulator or anything. There are hundreds of factors.
I'm not putting. I didn't say.
So what I am saying that the primary role of ethics committee, is to protect the right of participants, the patients. So ethics committee, if you are sitting in an ethics committee, I am seeing that a research is coming to me where my patient is being protected. All the rules are being followed here. It's the only thing. Ethics committee definitely should not hamper research, but doesn't mean that you should go out of this thing and support research because the research is. My primary responsibility is see that my participants, the patients' rights and responsibilities are taken care. Their rights are taken care, they are properly taken care in this particular set. So there is a well-defined rules and regulations. Is the protocol is have all those things, is the PI is aware about things. Otherwise, you'll make PI aware about things and facilitate the PI to get.
In our country, but let me try. Sarbani, you also disagree with me. I used to work with you in many other DMG, continue to work with you.
I don't think research is minuscule, but yes, you will have
I failed
pockets
again.
you will have pockets of a lot of research and pockets of when there is no research. Because if you look at investigator-initiated trials, a lot of it at least is retrospective. But yes, we are doing a lot of even prospective studies, but I wouldn't call it minuscule as of today. I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, agreed. CMC Vellore, any different opinion? You may come with me, no? It's same.
Totally different opinion, sir. I think
Thank God.
what I heard in here in two days is that Tata has a major problem with your ethics committee. So
You got the feel of it without
yes,
saying anything.
probably that's a process issue. Yesterday also I was telling you, ethics is your friend. Ethics primarily is a friend of the patient, and it is helping you to not make mistakes on life of other patients in the name of a research. And we need people like that to help guide you. And I don't think research is minuscule because of ethics committee. Research is minuscule because people are not coming forward to go through the regulations and do good research. So I don't
But
see
at least you
ethics as
agree
an
it's
enemy.
minuscule.
See, yeah, but then your question was, is research minuscule because of
Man,
regulations?
वो तो
It
my
is
next
not.
question था, sir. That was. But first question that it is minuscule is you agree to it. At least I wanted one person to agree with me. But
Yeah,
no.
but it's like as the country progresses, these numbers will increase. I see more people doing it now than last year. So that's a natural progression, and we'll see more papers which are influential from India and your team now than 5 years back. So it's a natural progression, is what I would accept.
Okay. So I couldn't convince the third person also. Sachin. Sachin was one of my ex-student and a very dear and a senior colleague now. And I am banking on Sachin that he may find. Sachin. I have
Exactly. I was just going to say that there is a conflict. So anyway, I think we are increasing in the numbers of research or the numbers of studies that are being done. And if we compare ourselves to, let's say, US or UK or Singapore or Australia, we would certainly feel that the research is minuscule. A lot of patients are being treated in the private sector where research is not at the fore, it's at the back seat. It's the academic institutions which carry the bulk of the research, and the private institutions which not. It's like saying that maybe approximately 90% of the research may be done in academic centers, 10% in private centers, but the patient may not be 90% in academic centers and 10% private centers. So probably some of these private centers, especially the big corporate ones, need to take a lead to improve their research, at least so that we do have some improvement in the numbers of studies or the number of international or collaborative trials that are there. Right now, I mean, I would feel that maybe it's only the pharma trials which the private sectors are, pharma trials which probably the private sectors are more willing to take rather than true investigator-initiated studies, because everything needs time. It needs a lot of time to put a protocol in place, to go it through the ethics committee, to prepare the documents, consenting. Everything takes time. And in many of these corporate centers, these are not given due importance as that should be. So like while in TMC or in CMC, the research may not be minuscule, in some other private centers, it may be nearly zero. So that's why as a entire nation, maybe our research is far less than what would be in what should have been according to our population. But that also seems to be changing with increasing research over a period of time.
Thank you, Sachin. Again, I couldn't. Madam, only last hope.
So
Minuscule or a lot of research in India.
yeah, so I have seen a lot of research in India.
Lot of research.
Yes, now it is increasing.
Now it isn't.
Even if there are stringent guidelines, and PIs are, they say that due to these stringent guidelines, we are not able to do research, but I've seen the increasing number of researchers.
Into research. Okay. So I'll give you some examples to think about it. Not necessarily that means I'm saying this was to have a discussion and dialogue on it. I will come to that ethics committee role, how research, ethics committee can be active participant in having more research. So when I say minuscule, let us take head and neck cancer, commonest cancer in India. So how many can remember out of those 100 references, there are 10 of them which is there from India. Anyone remembers? One or two I remember. That's why I deliberately put 10 because Madam is author in one of them, so I'm aware of it. So deliberately I have not put. Okay, let's take next one. We give chemoradiation in cervical cancer, again commonest cancer. Can you tell us 5 studies which came from India which changed the treatment? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Supriya. One, that's why I said 5. I am aware. I agree with you. I didn't know the name, but I'm aware of Supriya. A wonderful study. I'm aware of that. One swallow doesn't make a summer. That's why called minuscule. I didn't say 0. That was deliberate. And Supriya does a wonderful trial. And here people all sitting, they do wonderful trial. But I'm saying it's the Indian context. I was not good. He brought about our ethics committee. I was talking about whole across India what happens. Good thing about being a teacher is with all the problems, you learn quite a bit knowing your students when they go, where they go, what happens there. Get me beyond TMH, AIMS, maybe 1 or 2 centers. There are 30 regional centers. We call it regional cancer centers. How many in the panel is ever aware that each regional cancer had one practice changing study from any center? Anyone can say, hey, Kumar, I'm aware each regional cancer center in last 20 years at least had one study.
I think RCC Trivandrum
I agree
is
with
a
you.
very good.
That's why I said 30 regional cancer center.
It was early part of the 20 years.
Early part. I agree with you. So we have deteriorated. I do absolutely wonderful institute. I agree. And those trials used to be wonderful because that person moved to IAEA. Sorry, my apology. IAEA तो अलग था. Madam, आपके area में मैं चला गया. IARC. So 30 regional cancer center, totally, completely funded by government, individual government of India or state government. And how many times you remember that from each center in 20 years you get one? If you could have got one, should have had at least 30 good randomized trials from various parts of the countries. I assure you it is none. You can check it. People can catch my collar if I'm saying it wrong. So that's the reason I was saying minuscule. The reason being that we don't find, there is an issue regarding this, the research component part of it, and which was being said by some of the panelists that we do retrospective. I do agree. That doesn't mean there's no activity now. Second part, what I said minuscule, and which really hurts, I'll tell you, comparison with China. Anyone has compared with China? How much the research goes from there and how much research comes from here? So someone did, I learned doing this because I had to present on lung cancer research and comparison. So if the 4,000 paper goes from China, we send 200. Now you get a hang of it. But this is also true. All the panelists, what they said, it is increasing. That is true. There's no doubt about it. That number is everywhere increasing. But you don't want to compare with Pakistan. देखो अभी हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी कंपेयर नहीं करते, बोलते हैं हमारा तो चाइना से कंपैरिजन है जी. We are competing with China to compare to see how good we are doing. So that's why I brought the China part of it. Now, question was that some of our panelists, everyone has the same opinion that ethics committee role is only when the research comes. They have no role in promoting it. Madam, we can start. No role in promoting?
No, definitely there is a role in promoting.
Oh, excellent. Oh, thank you so much. There is a role in promoting. Sachin, same? Absolutely. Sudhir, hopefully you change now.
See, its primary role I told is to protect the.
Secondary role in promoting?
Definitely,
Excellent.
I told it is to not hamper research.
Okay.
Because if you don't allow research, that is also unethical.
Okay, very good.
I totally agree with that.
But
having said that,
yeah.
See, what I always feel that if you make in a clinics, if you make a mistake, it is affecting one patient.
Yes.
And if you see Stalin's statement, one death is a tragedy and a million death is a statistics. Ethics or research also is like works on statistics, but it is, I feel it is tragedy on a big scale. If you have one wrong research being accepted, because to disprove that research I have to do again a clinical trial, and hardly never happens. So I feel as a ethics committee member, see that the research, I'm not hampering research. I want to see that the research is happening properly, so that the outcome, I should believe tomorrow it should be applicable even to some my family member if they're going for that. This is the only thing I need to see as a committee member of the ethics committee.
Okay, good. So we changed as a secondary endpoint, we have that this can be included, that IEC also needs to actively promote research. Same CMC Vellore also same opinion, or
A different statement, sir, because I would say IEC, so ethics committee should stop or regulate unethical research and promote and facilitate ethical research.
Correct.
So it's not that all research are in the same line. Why should we have a committee? Because not all questions, all designs are suitable for our patients, and some of them have to be stopped. And that is why we have a gate there.
correct. So apart
There can be difference of opinion which is suitable and which is not suitable.
Yes.
See, these are all gray areas.
Yes.
So maybe there is a committee member, at least so many people are involved. At least they can come together and see that, so there will be definitely countering things, and the PIs is also important. The role of PI is very important.
so there.
Of course, he or she is taking the maximum responsibilities.
Okay. So that is a good thing to hear, that I see committee members saying their PI is important and they are maybe partner in crime and whatever you can call. Okay. So I'll tell you, this is important, and I think so Sarbani also nodded head. So I take it that madam also agrees that, that IEC also job is to, see that more research happens. And this is the best way to learn from many regulators. Election Commission, you will see they give advertisement. They say, hey, I'm a regulator, I'm only will see voting sahi hua ki nahi. They aapke aate messages, mail, advertisement. Election Commission goes after, hey, please vote. So questions that, yes, regulators are at multiple level, multiple places. They are also a group of people. They are the most informed people. They are the people who have least conflict of interest to see that, hey, this activity happens and they need to be proactive. Now, I leave it to the judgment of all ethics committee members to decide how proactive they have been on this front, and I leave it there. But having said that, because now we have agreed upon that, yes, they can be part of it, we'll take the next question. Anyone has any other question for ethics committee members? No questions? You can keep asking in between. I'll just keep throwing some questions to them. So one of the issue for IEC is that lack of transparency. Is it true? Or say, no, Kumar, kya baat karte ho? There is absolute no lack of transparency. Maybe we can start from madam. What do you think, ma'am? Oh, Sachin, you are koi aur chara nahi.
So I think obviously the discussions which happen in the meeting, everything may not be communicated to the PI, but there are certain queries which, if there's unanimity on what is a scientific issue or what is a ethical issue or a legal issue, a funding issue, any of those issues, that needs to be communicated, which I believe most of the committees, at least our committee, does it well, but I wouldn't be able to make a blanket statement about other ethics committee and other institutes.
Yes, Dr. Sarbani will be able to defend herself. I have full confidence.
So I can only say that it's not a lack of transparency. There are certain issues that we discuss in the meeting or in the full board that may be confidential. I don't say that it's not transparent, because what is important for us to communicate to the PI is always communicated. Yes, you may say that part, the entire discussion may not be communicated with the PI, but yes, we think it is very important for us to communicate things that will strengthen the protocol. So those issues are definitely communicated. So I don't agree with your with your phrase lack of transparency. Yes, we do not communicate everything, but we do communicate everything that is important from the point of view of being a PI. So that's how I would take it.
So एक चीज मैं पूछूं.
I will also say that, the ethics committees are also regulated. the DCGI sees, and they send every 2 years, 3 years, they go through all the discussion part. They'll see that, and in fact, a lot of changes in our functioning happens because of the regulators' insistence that this should be done, this should be done, this should be documented. So even so many times, that is also important. But having said that, that document is always there. Whatever discussion, it is copied, it is circulated in our ethics committee. These three, they are all members of the ethics committee. Whatever documents, discussion part, the minutes are all circulated with all the members. They see, given everybody a chance to comment on those minutes. The minutes are recorded and is kept. And these minutes are not shared with the PI, definitely. That will be reviewed by a reviewer, regulator, who may see the minutes, who can call the minutes, and then he can talk to the PI. And most of the time, whenever they come for inspections, they call PIs also for interaction.
Okay. So people who sit in ethics committee, they have a view that they will discuss among themselves. They will have a decision, only what you need to know, they will be shared, and that is not lack of transparency. Say, that is a fairly transparent way of functioning. How many agrees with that?
Every discussion need not have to be communicated. Why
Okay.
I'm saying that, what you...
Don't get me wrong, I have been part of ethics committee 12 years.
Yeah.
Now also I am one of ethics committee chairperson. So don't get me wrong that I'm putting, I'm putting myself also a bit uncomfortable. So go ahead.
So
Yes.
I am just saying that, so if in a committee, there are multiple opinions, different members have opinions. But what we are communicating to the PI is the final opinion of the ethics committee to the PI. And that is, the other discussion has no values. You may arrive at this particular opinion based on the discussions. So there is no need of sharing all the discussions with the PI, because the PI will also get confused, will not have time to go through all the entire discussions, unnecessary also. So instead of who said what, finally, these are the clarifications needed from the PI. Submitting to the PI submit the clarification, the committee is satisfied.
Okay. So let me give an example with this. Anyone watches parliament proceedings? Anyone watches? Is there anything more important in this country happening more than parliament proceedings? Okay. Second, someone can say, I don't compare with the politicians. I agree that point. I say this is scientific forum, this is scientific things being discussed, and ethics is there. Okay. Do you have Supreme Court proceedings directly telecasted? Correct? Yes or no? Yes. Is the Supreme Court Chief Justice has said it clearly, he'll make a provision that not today doesn't happen all, that in future all the proceedings will be directly telecasted. Forget about all things available, directly telecasted. Do you think anything more important happens in this country than that?
Kumar, I have...
Give me a second, let me complete. I didn't interrupt. I don't interrupt people. I avoid that. Third part. Have you ever fought a case in the court? Anyone? No one? Good यार वो बोलते ना अच्छा you have बोलते डॉक्टर के पास और ये पुलिस के पास ना जाना नहीं चाहिए. That I agree in principle. But having said that, if you have a judgment, each and every part, today you want Kesavananda case, it's supposed to be one of the famous case in this country. You will get each line told by anyone, and the judgment with the detail why it happened will be available to everybody. Means the person who is getting affected most will have full details. Now coming back to our members, is that fair way of doing? Because I know in TMH used to be done earlier. It has stopped in between.
Kumar, can I answer now?
Go ahead, please.
So first of all, comparing ethics committee with parliament or is not. Ethics committee's role is to, I always tell, the patient's rights.
Why keeping something secret?
So it is
Supreme
not.
Court doesn't keep something
No.
secret.
Here in a Supreme Court, both are equal. We see. Here it is not equal. The patient's right is more important. Whether you do research or not, patient right is more important.
I agree with you, but put it in public domain.
In a Supreme Court, You can argue.
To give it to
I
patient,
am
no?
I am a this thing. I can argue, and I can somebody can argue against me also. I may be accused. I may be this thing. That's a different thing. So that is a different thing. In a lawmaking, again, it is making a law for the entire country.
FDA
Everybody
puts
can
it,
see.
Sudhir,
Listen.
FDA puts in public
See,
domain,
I will
patients
tell you.
can see it.
No.
Why not?
Ethics committees discussions are as
Flawed.
of now the discussions are made, and then finally whatever clarification is made.
Why
it is
not in
repeated.
public domain? I know what is so secret about it. What kind of discussion is happening there? I have been part of it. I tell you none. I'll tell you what happens. I won't say right now. What kind of discussion is happening? That there's something more important than Rafale discussion. National security is getting compromised. What that
See,
can be
whatever
put in?
discussion, the crux of the discussion is sent to you. That's
No,
enough.
no, that's not. I'll tell you what happens.
And
The-
you are given a fair chance to answer that. What's the problem?
I'll tell you what
See,
happens.
I think this
I'll give you
this
example.
The discussion
Mhm.
should be more on how the ethics have to be involved in research. See, we cannot do a research without proper ethical guidelines. The purpose of ethics. See, there was research happening
Hiding is not
before 1947. The research was happening without any ethics committees.
Hiding is not ethics.
1945.
Can tell
We want to
anyone,
do that.
Sudhir, can you put your hands up and say hiding
It's
and
not
secrecy
hiding.
is ethics?
Nothing there. There is no hiding here.
Yes.
Whatever it is happening, it is being opened. And in fact, somebody can always. It is being communicated to the PI. Anything which is relevant is communicated.
Relevant? Who is
having
deciding?
said- See, I want to
Who is
say
deciding?
my committee members should not be asking me questions. In this thing, somebody is fearing of somebody. Somebody is fearing. They are not being protected. The committee members are outside members. Why they should take their risk and coming and sincerely criticizing a project? Do you think it should be criticized or not? A project has to be criticized. If somebody is not criticizing a project properly, he will not criticize tomorrow. That is not the way we want. People have to criticize the project properly without fearing. And we are not, and the criticisms, the crux of the criticism is, if it is relevant, it will be given to the PI to answer that. It is not, the decision is not taken without PI's.
Let me give you a third example. Okay.
Sir,
It
so
should be,
one-
no one says not to be criticized.
Sir.
Okay, yes. Transparency,
Sir.
again I say, can someone put their hearts on the hand and say that you don't disclose who spoke what? You don't disclose what was spoken exactly? And I'll tell you what happens. I'll give you a good example, live example. What happens when you have a secrecy around it? RTI, everything what you speak can be, you can get through RTI, isn't it? If you can get through RTI, why a patient can't get? If for my project, forget PI. For this project, what was the decision and discussion? A patient needs to know. Go ahead, sir. My apology.
No, see, I thought we should. These are students from various institutions
Yes.
who have come forward to do research. We have to tell them how to do ethical research. We are discussing on issues of ethical
Can I tell
ethics
you, sir,
committee.
I put it deliberately. The reason being, not for we are able to do research. Sir, I have no issue getting research done in TMH. Issue is that half the people, when I talk to, when they are from different institutions, they are not able to do it majority of the time because they get into this rigmarole of who will sign it, who will give permission or not, getting stuck at various reasons from the same, in the same country for the same project. You will have 5 centers approving, 5 centers not approving. The same research. And then they don't have know-how. And what I want to convey to the people, that is not right. Please challenge it. If you don't challenge it, you will not have research. You will have pharma trial. Approved in 20 centers and 10 centers not approving. Can you imagine? This is the whole situation we have made. And don't get me wrong, sir, no, I didn't want to castigate this ethics committee. I'm part of it. And that also reflects on me. I have been head of department. That also reflects on me. If the research didn't happen, if it is happening less, it totally reflects on me. And being a senior colleague here, again, it reflects on me. So I'm not casting aspersion on anyone. But this issue is the real issue. All people who have gone to other centers, you want, I can name it individually. People going to individual centers, when they put those research, when they will put it, they will go through these things. So go ahead, sir.
No, I feel they have to be told what how you should be equipped to do ethical research. And I feel ethics cannot be policed, ethics cannot be taught, ethics can be only shown to people. I do ethical research, my junior will also do ethical research. So that is where ethics come from. You cannot prescribe ethics, you cannot make sure or police ethics. Will never happen. So you develop your own ethic. Being ethical is very difficult. It is to say no to glory. Sometimes you want to do unethical things to just jump into glory. Being ethical is difficult. You have to sacrifice. Some big data, you might find something was unethical. You have to swallow it. I'll get the other one. But being ethical is difficult, but that is the right way to go. If you are ethical, your junior will also be ethical. Otherwise, he will also start, okay, he has done that, now I will also do it. Ethics committee role is just to make sure that you are doing the right thing to the right patient. That's all they do. They are not the center of everything. The PI is the center. And PI's role is to do it and write it ethically so that the regulations are fulfilled. I don't think we should go around and around on ethics committee's role. That may be a local issue here. I feel in our center we have two ethics committees which we have. There is criticism, but we fend that. There is discussion. We fend that. So.
Dr. Nair, can I make a comment? No, this is absolutely nothing related to local issues. I have done enough research here, so absolutely not. This, when I'm saying it, I again repeat. You want to know, Kidwai is my alma mater. I got trained in Kidwai. Get two randomized trial done. They register around 20,000 odd patients. You can't get it done. Ethics committee is not the only issue, because ethics is a issue here. That's the reason I'm bringing it up. So don't get me wrong. This is not a local issue at all. So no, there's nothing to do with local issues, sir.
No. So why should ethics committee be regulatory? See, for example, in Trivandrum RCC, there was one trial which somehow got into the media that saying that they are doing something wrong.
Yes.
What happened? The media blew up. Finally, who lost the job? It's not ethics committee. It's not the PI. It's the director of the institution, isn't it? And who signs MOU? Who signs for the institution? It's all the director of the institution. Can he sit and regulate all these things? He cannot. So you have a committee to regulate this so that you are not being held responsible. Okay, academically you will be held responsible, but legally it is the people on top who are held responsible. So there is some thing, somebody else has to take risk for your research. You have to go through the regulations.
I think one example.
Let me add to it. I'll give you an updated version of that.
Kumar,
So hold on. So yes, I totally agree with what he said. Two things here. One is that was found that it was totally false narrative in the media. It was a John Hopkins study. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. It was a famous study, and it was found it was totally false narrative. This is also true that there was people who lost job. But that is where the chair is for. If tomorrow everyone, and this is what happens in most government institutions, again the concern remains, again don't get me wrong, in TMH Mumbai we are able to do decent amount of research. What I see outside is striking. All academic institutions by and large, if this continues, will be fairly redundant, because people are not willing to sign the papers. Because what you said is right, people do get scared about these things. But this is also true, that people on the chair has to finally sign it and take onus on themselves. So he's right in saying that, but this is also true other way around. That take onus. You have got a chair, or let someone else sit on the chair. Go ahead, Sudhir, you were saying something. People saying, hey, I have a chair. Prime Minister says, I won't sign that you need to protect the border. He has to do it.
There are, so I will
Go
say, ethics committees. There are so many instances. I have noticed PI have written a very bad protocol, which we have took extra time. In fact, I will tell you, Dr. Gupta's study.
I'm aware.
Dr. Gupta, in fact, he commented to me that one of his references, somebody noted, the references provided was some other Gupta. And in his paper, this thing, and somebody noted and said, and he told sir, Sudhir, that is, I feel ashamed. It was like that. And we helped him correcting everything. So I think going through the ethics committee is a review process also. We are providing scientific review, not only ethical review. In Tata Hospital, it's a scientific review also. Multiple things, and lot of times it can be recommendations, not a binding on the patient, on the PI. So that, but these recommendations do help to improve overall quality of the protocol. There are situations where PI has written that I will compensate the patient. See, where the PI is putting himself in trouble in the consent, I will, he personally is taking that. Whereas it should be, I have modified that, it should be from the project funds. The compensation will be from the project funds. So what happens is the patient goes to the court and PI is being protected here by the ethics committee. So many times we see these things. So I think it's better to have somebody else also review the literature, review the paper,
Absolutely.
review the protocol,
Absolutely.
give you the comments.
Absolutely.
I do agree that it should not hamper that. The most of the time it happens that when you feel that somebody has taken a personal vengeance or something, that should not happen in a committee members. Probably if the committee, as far as possible, it should be more independent, more and more independent, these things will not happen.
So, agree with Sudhir, whatever Sudhir said, but we'll go ahead with the next issue for ethics committee. So first, I have no doubt, ethics and transparency means it should be as much available to those, any party, regarding whom the decision is being made. That is my thought process. I gave you some example. I'll give you one example for it. Before 1991, every babu sitting in Delhi used to think if you give permission to people to set industry here, it is a private property for them, they will not give it. It's all secret. 1991 liberalization happened. What it taught us? More transparency, more non-crony people grow. And that's the best example is software industry. More transparency, which is available online, which everyone can know what one did. But the moment you keep secret, you will have people in private saying anything and getting away with it. Once they know that what I am going to say will be available for everybody to see and I can justify, there's no fear. Fear is from whom? Whom we have fear? Fear is only from people who are in a chair. Their projects anyway gets passed everywhere in the world. It is not, that doesn't get stopped. It is the junior most person who gets affected when he's not aware what happened. And that's why transparency and ethics usually go together.
So I totally agree with transparency, but transparency is a two-way process.
Yeah.
When I am criticizing a project, your blunders are also coming out.
Yes,
into
good.
that. Okay, so if you are accepting on that, sometimes we don't want that happen because we give you this thing so that you can revise it and come back. But what happens if you are actually putting everything outside? It is transparency is a two-way process. It's not just ethics comments. It's what coming from you
From
also.
the PI also. Absolutely. That's why you have a rule now. If you want to publish in a good journal, what you have to do, you have to put full protocol, all modifications, any amendment in public domain. I don't know you are aware or not. Sarvani, I'm saying it right?
Yeah. No, so
Full protocol. So I totally agree with him. Transparency means the person who is doing research, the whole team has to take onus. What I am doing will be in public domain and anyone can see it what I have done. Yeah. Sarvani, I was saying it right? Yeah.
So yeah, that's correct. But what I'm also saying is that, if you say that we do not communicate the entire discussion as being a thing of lack of transparency, I want to disagree here, because what we also do at the same time is, as Sudhir said, we put across the important points for you to work on your protocol. But at the same time, we also tell our administrators or our administrative secretaries that if any PI wants any further information, wants any further discussion, we are always open to it. We are always open to it, because you also said that it used to happen in TMH before. The reason we stopped it was not because we didn't want the PI sitting in on discussions of their own projects, but because of logistics more than anything else. Because I've been a part of the ethics committee from long ago.
Agreed.
And it used to be first the what you call the HSC, that is the Human Scientific Review Committee. And then it became the ethics committee, which became a combined committee. Then afterwards, we realized there was a lot of research that was coming to us for review. And we could not really spend that much time. That's why the concept of even lead discussants came up. And at the same time, we do not want to open any particular member of the committee to any kind of criticism. Finally, it's a committee. It's a joint decision that is made. So that is the thing.
Yeah, it used to come and present in front of the ethics.
So I'll say Supreme Court can go and present, but ethics committee you can't present.
No, previously, it's not that.
So today stops.
For logistic reason, it was stopped.
I'll,
Not because You do not have time to.
I will also
So
add.
there is a difference in
Go
our
ahead, bro.
ethics committee
Yeah.
that it's not the PI who presents. There will be two reviewers who would actually present in
So
front of the
it's-
PI. So it's a reverse presentation and which
Oh,
makes
great.
PI comfortable.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
so that picks holes in the project.
So and why it is important, and good it came, it was my, in future discussion, why it is important? Because do we have a domain expertise? That becomes a challenge. Whoever is evaluating, is there a domain expertise there? So that deciding, and that's why the dialogue between the investigators, it can be PI, it can be anyone, and what he suggested was a
Kumar,
good solution. Yeah, go ahead.
I will tell, domain expertise is there. So
Is
if
there?
there is no domain expertise, we pay money and get it reviewed by external experts. So actually we have giving honor. This is for TAT. I don't know regarding the other things.
No.
We pay money and get it is reviewed, and their review they are being paid.
Like we have pediatric projects come in, which are core pediatrics. We don't know about it. So we actually have external reviewers reviewing this project. We don't do it ourselves except for the, the lay person and the thing, what you call the legal things, which are done from the ethics committee. But projects like which are core, say pediatrics, neuro-oncology, because we don't have those domain experts on our IC. So we get it done from outside.
I'll tell you one example. The CAR T-cell project. CAR T-cell project was first in the country. Nobody had only the PI and the investigator know what exactly is CAR T-cells. Even the ethics committee members did not. We found it difficult to get it reviewed. I got external experts. In fact, I asked PI to provide the reviewers.
Yeah, that's a welcome change. I agree.
And the PI has provided a list of reviewers, and he only constituted the data safety monitoring. Also, I wanted his opinion. We did, but we have took a review. Even the grammar mistake was correct. If you ask Gaurav Narula, he will tell you it went a lot of review process, but it got basic, and DCJ has approved his protocol also. And I'm very happy that it is being done, and IEC approved it. But it took a lot of time. The Gaurav has to go through a lot of things. But everything got corrected, and everything it was public. He can now send it to any journal. Nobody will question it. The protocol is perfect in that.
I'll tell you about it, where it will go. It's an excellent initiative. This is the first time where academics, institution and the two government institutions came up to make a private institution to come up with something such a good technology in this country. Go ahead, Sachin.
So what
Domain
I was saying is
expertise.
that a lot of discussion that happens in the IC is about the explanation of the project or the protocol to other members who may not be domain experts. Then the legal members also explain certain things to the clinicians or other scientific members who would not have any know-how of the legal perspective or the things. The lay people review the ICFs from a patient's perspective and see if there are any issues to be addressed in that or not. So if all this discussion gets put to the PI, then I must say there would be a lot of jargon which would be there, which may not be necessary. And at the same time, nobody really has that much time to read a 10-page or a 15-page document just with the comments, and at the end there are 2 or 3 points. So if we put everything, it will actually make it may be counterproductive for the PI to respond, because there's a lot of things which may not essentially be adding to the scientific merit or the legal merit or any other perspective. So giving a summary of what the PI needs to do and what is expected from the PI probably is working well for the PI also, so the things are brief and to the point.
And I think it is a lot of work by the member secretary also to summarize these things. See, it is easy for me to copy paste all this thing and give it to the PI to respond. It's a lot of workload for the member secretary to summarize all the discussions and make critical points and send it to the PI.
I was talking about transparency, and which way it can happen. I said one way. There are many other ways which can happen, and that's the way I firmly think that having 4 lines, my feeling is not enough, because whole lot of times you think that the interpretation has been totally different from the investigators have thought. I always feel that the dialogue could have made things easier. There are times when it has gone for 6 months or to and fro, and not a single line changes, and then you realize, hey, that could have been saved. Now, coming back to Sachin made a very good comment that it will be, Sachin, that's remains true for monitoring report also. Then we have 20-page monitoring report with all those jargons.
So monitoring report, I personally believe the previous format that was being followed in TMC was probably a shorter version, but now the SOP has been changed by the IC 1, 2, and 3.
So why we have when you
So now-
when ethics committee has to put about the project, then it has to be 4
See,
lines.
the
And when
mo-
give me a second. When you have to have monitoring report after all discussion, then it has to be 20 pages.
So because the monitoring report becomes long because there are minor things which need to be addressed are put in detail, and at the end there is a summary of what needs to be done. Now, because let's say a consent version is wrong, so in the final comment it will be only mentioned that their consent version was wrong for a couple of patients, but then each of these individual patients will be mentioned in the as a separate detailed list, which
Why for when we have this discussion regarding project, then we don't want full detail. Right now, full detail is required because you might be sorting it out during the sorting out during the monitoring.
So there is an action to be done with that.
That is to be done that time only because monitoring time you complete those things.
Correct. So what I'm saying is that a detailed list is essential because
Why?
Because after that there will be an action which will be necessary from the PI. Like
Why PI has done the action that you are so again repeating.
No, it
Their
is,
partner,
let me
I got
ask.
Sudhir, I got it. Let me have a dialogue with him. I got it. So you said monitoring time, having got through monitoring maybe dozens of time. Let's take pharma guys does better monitoring than any one of us does.
Yes,
I've been
pharma
part
guys
of
do.
monitoring committee. You sorted that time. Why now 20 pages required? When ethics committee when is dialogue is required, we don't have. We say only 4 lines.
No. So this was just an illustration. Like let's say, as I said, the consent version was wrong. Now,
Yes.
Then reconsenting cannot happen at that time itself.
Yes, that is okay.
Reconsenting has to happen at a later time point, and therefore it's essential to have a list of participants who need to be reconsented.
So
Like that way, suppose an essay is identified which was inadvertently missed, then obviously a list has to be provided that these are the essays which have been missed. They cannot be filed at that time itself. Or let's say a document is missing in the source file, then a document, it has to be provided as a list because obviously the document won't be available immediately from somewhere.
why can't it be available? There's a monitoring for 4 or 5 days. Again, I'm highlighting these things where, and this is
Yeah,
deliberate. Idea
Kumar-
is that you need to make things less friction, in the doing the process, where all people will be interested in doing more research. Yeah, go ahead, Sudhir.
See, Kumar, monitoring is also in a way to see that. See, I have also study being monitored.
Good.
I am also being a
I
committee
agree with
member.
you. I'm aware you're a very
Studies
good
are monitored.
investigator.
It's monitored by an external agency.
I know that.
And they give a 20-page report also. They also give full details, whatever open items, closed items, and every 10 patients they are monitored. Now I am very confident that tomorrow my study is over. My study is being perfectly done. It is ready for any big journals to be accepted. If I am not being monitored properly, it's
Who said
always
no,
in the
don't
back
monitor
of my
properly?
mind. See,
No,
monitor
Sudhir.
properly. See, it is a known fact that everybody can make mistakes. It's not that I will only do perfect research.
No one
somebody
says
will
that.
do that. So there can be some problems, minor problems, some consenting issues will be there, some narratives may not be there, some of the things, source documents may not be kept properly. It might have done inadvertently. You might have lost some scans may not be available. Inadvertently it has happened. So it is the monitor will ask the PI, correct it, keep it. There is a resolve the solution. You are protected.
That's what you're saying is the right.
This is what we do. So
No.
evaluation is that.
That is not true. What you get this 20 pages of कि कहाँ pencil से लिखा है, कहाँ pen से लिखा है, कहाँ A capital letter में होना चाहिए, कहाँ A small letter में होना चाहिए. That is what you finally get. And regarding what is the interpretation, and then don't having so that we didn't discuss about it. That having the dialogue there, having monitoring, and then again changing it once you have the monitoring been done. So can you modify that? You have a monitoring, you have a SOP there, and SOP suggests that you have to do during monitoring. Can you modify it? Again, I repeat, these are which causes friction for people say, "Arey yaar, ye kya karne ka hai?" Why you have to modify? You have done monitoring. If you have said what Sudhir says is right, you can make errors, these things, show it to PI, discuss with the PI, document it. But how does it happen that when you have gone behind PI and then suddenly 10 pages you add? Does it happen? What it shows? No, there is an issue regarding transparency, how you work.
So another important thing, the
So
regulators.
if that should not happen, you agree? Do you agree that it should not happen?
What
You,
should not
you change, you had a monitoring, And in front of PI, last day you have sat together, you have done, you have agreed on something, and then 10 pages you add later on.
I don't.
Not you, I'm saying the DFMC, whoever
I'm
comes.
not.
Either lack of training or lack of knowledge or people domain expertise, they don't know how to do. This can be all reasons, but is it right to do?
No, I will say our policy is that as and when everything, you try to avoid inconvenience to the PIs as far as possible. Most of the PIs in our house, especially the clinicians, they are busy with the practice.
So adding
we
10
need to
pages
say-
later on is not a good idea.
So that is true.
correct,
but
Sir Bani?
having said that is as far as possible, no. But if there is any serious matter,
Talk again.
which is this,
Why
thing,
talk
it can
again?
come.
Is
So
it,
ethics
if
committee
someone
can
has started
raise
and we
an
won't
issue
talk?
anytime,
So talk again.
especially if it is an ethical issue.
Let it be
something
ethical,
else.
any issue. Talk again.
Totally agree.
Talk
Totally.
again. How can you simply add 10 pages later on where PI is not aware? And then PI says, hey, this is 10 pages, where it has come from? Okay. Coming to 1:30, how much time we have? 1 minute or done we have? 9 minutes. Okay, too much. Too much time. So this is an important one because we are talking about all investigator-initiated study. Have we taken the rules of pharma studies to implement investigator studies? Again, I repeat, we are privileged in TMH that we, somehow we have a whole lot of people in the IEC, we have done investigator-initiated research, and that's why we are able to. But do you think everywhere we take whatever, when I talk to people, they always have discussion regarding, because what happens to pharma studies, same thing they want to implement.
Kumar, I will have an answer for that.
To give a full answer. Yes.
See, we have to be, what is pharma study? There are two things. One is pharma's interest in getting a drug, their research product out. So they will have a big market and they will make financial benefit. That is true. But beyond that, what is the patient's interest? They are getting a new drug. They believing that this new drug is maybe 10% improvement than the previously available drug. Is a less toxic, better efficacious or something like that.
Agreed.
The
True.
pharma's drug.
True.
What is an investigator-initiated study? Maybe it's also from an investigator's perspective, instead of making money, he is looking for the scientific progress. Okay, you are
Agreed.
looking for a
Totally agree.
and patients is saying, I am getting a better treatment
Agree.
outside that.
Yeah.
So end result for the patient is better this thing. So is the ethics committee's role is to see that the patient is getting a better outcome.
Okay.
Whether it is improving science, definitely you should. And I am sure that the PI is anyway looking after that. Our role is to see that the patient is getting a better outcome. So the outcome you are in the end, you are publishing in a paper. We need to see that it is following the scientific practice and the patient is getting this. This is what we look.
I'll give you example.
I'm not saying that
I'll
it
give you
should not
example.
be. So best practice we should adopt, whether it is pharma or it is.
I'll give you example. The so-called best practice, and again I say again.
I mean,
I'm
the way the
trying to-
it is being practiced, you can, of course, I agree.
Not only
You can always oppose, you can criticize
Not
the
opposing.
practices.
I'm thankful to you
But
on
we
this.
should have the best practices.
I agree with
Whether
you.
it is pharma also, you can criticize. Why they should follow the criticism?
I totally agree, and I'll give example. I take Sachin
And
and
these are
Sudhir
things
opinion.
which
both.
evolves. I don't think these are all written in inscriptions in the rock.
It is there. So, for example, in pharma study, both arm of the study gets paid, and whole lot of people are not able to do study because this is what the ethics committee say. Do you agree with you?
Do you think our ethics
No,
committee
I didn't
follow?
say that. I'm talking
So,
about others. Sudhir, apne pe
If,
kyun le rahe ho?
no, I'm not taking.
Let me make a disclaimer here. I'm thankful to, especially to Sudhir, because of the low-dose immunotherapy trial, what you read. If Sudhir would have not intervened and IEC 3, that trial would have not have happened. That trial in standard arm did not, it was paid by the patient. So don't get me wrong. When I'm saying these things, Sudhir should never take it personally. I'm his dear friend.
I have no
Now
problem.
go ahead, Sudhir.
No, this thing. I'm just telling that there are certain things which ethics committees have made considered. If you see the rules, rule says that both arms should be paid. Both arms should be paid. Even then, in institutional policy, we made that at least this is for supporting the investigators. Standard of care, we are not compensating this thing. That's the institutional policy we have made. Similarly, the institutions can make, but the rule, if you see, both arms should be paid. So I always, as an investigator, I always tell that just participating in a clinical trial, patients should not take it as a medical insurance scheme, where everything is paid free of cost. Everything is paid free of cost, and you get money also. That should not be the thing. The thing is, patients should be protected. The patient's right should be protected. The patient should be unduly harmed. And in this situation, patient participating in a clinical trial, if he is a standard arm, anyway whether he is participating or not, he is anyway going through the same process. So, but in this case, he's benefited because the PI is taking personal interest to see that the patient is participating. So we have made an institutional policy. These are things which institutional policies are.
So Sudhir agreed that this should not be done. And this is the message. Sachin, you have any different opinion?
No different opinion.
I'll give you many more examples how pharma trial, if we implement, and again, you need to trust me. I'll give you examples of those institutions where you have smart PIs and they get stuck. Well, Dr. Kumar, who will pay for the standard arm? We say, हमारे यहाँ तो नहीं होता जी. और अगर if you pay for standard arm, वो नॉमन तेल वाली बात हो जाती है, राधा नाचने वाली. वो ना नॉमन तेल होगी ना कभी राधा नाचेगी, and वो कभी होता ही नहीं है स्टडी वहाँ पे. So they say, do we follow it? And we are thankful to our ethics committee that we have not followed it. So Sachin, your opinion?
So investigator-initiated studies should probably be done with the same scientific rigor and stringency as a pharma trial, but there are lots of logistic issues. The key issue being funding and manpower. Pharma trial, they have no concerns about funding the study or manpower for conduct of the study, which are real practical issues in academic institutes for investigator-initiated studies. So in the end, it may still happen that the investigator-initiated studies may not be done as stringently as a pharma-initiated study, but in an ideal world scenario, probably both of them should be done with equal stringency. All the T's have to be crossed and I's have to be dotted. That's true for whether it's pharma study or it's a investigator study.
So Sachin, comment on the specific aspect I suggested.
Which one?
Does the standard arm today in your ethics committee you decide that should be paid or not paid?
So as sir said, it's an institutional policy that
do you pay, say in yes or no? Let them get a message. Those they answer it when they go to their ethics committee. There are places in this country where this is done this way. Please follow those policies.
The standard arm the trial doesn't pay for the standard arm management. It's the patient who pays for
leave it there. So what also he also agrees that will come to you. Maybe madam, same thing. Okay, well, or it is different or same?
No, so see, the philosophy is, if a patient you are randomizing, you are telling them, see, there are two arms. In one arm, you will get free treatment. The other arm, you will have to pay for your treatment. What will the patient desire to be in? And once he is in the paid arm, he will finally want to, okay, I will go to another hospital. Anyway, I am paying. So I think you should have some strategy to balance this. Instead of saying standard arm, everything is free, you should say standard of care will be borne by patient in both arms. Whatever is additional should be supported by the trial. If there is adverse events in both, you should be able to support it. It should be in the standard arm also. Adverse events have to be taken care of by the PI. If there is remuneration for patient to join the standard arm, that has to happen to the both arms. So you cannot unequally divide because he has been randomized. He has agreed to be part of your study with an equal opportunity to go into each arm. So he cannot be seen different because he is in your standard arm.
Yeah, so that is what the patient is told. So essentially what happens is the patient does not pay for anything that is study related, so long as it is standard of care, because this patient would have faced this problem any which ways, whether he receives standard of care, because he would otherwise have received the same treatment out of the trial also. Based on that justification, this is what TMC does. That TMC does not reimburse patients, essentially compensate patients who are receiving standard of care. We don't compensate for those patients.
Basically, financial compensation is not provided. And any even in a standard arm, patient is having subjected an additional investigation for the research purpose. We always insisted that has to be supported from the trial funds.
Agreed.
If the patient has to travel for your research follow-up, you have to support. So anything additional to standard of care for part of research, both arms. And if you are giving something special to this guy, you have to give it to this guy also.
Go ahead, we'll come to the travel part.
Yes,
again.
actually, so most of us, like, even if most significant number of us are non-TMH.
Yes.
All of us
Most
are
of you.
junior researchers.
Yes.
All of us are not same quote unquote investigators as the senior investigator in a department or in an institute is. So there is always some kind of discrimination, even among the investigators also. So investigator initiated trial by me can have different outcomes from the same ethics committee, and same investigator initiated by some head of the department will have different outcomes.
You can have written it.
So
I totally agree with you.
I want suggestions, more kind of help from you guys, because we look towards TMH. Because
Sarbani,
all the
your
non
suggestion-
The only
Younger
solution
people-
there is a
How
blind
will
review.
empower Shwetab to
So
do
we have not.
how to go about it. For
blinded
example, I will
review.
give you some just one
Go ahead.
example.
Please ask questions, please. So I assure you, these people are one of the best investigators. They are in the ethics committee, but one of the best investigators you have, and they have grown from the junior most position. They will give you lots of solutions what they did to grow up so well. Please go ahead.
For example,
Okay, take it. Chalega, done.
so there is one XYZ director.
We'll take
of
two
the
more questions, Vikram.
XYZ director of the institute comes,
Huh.
and he or she says there is a blanket ban on thesis involving drug research.
Huh.
No thesis on drug research to be given to any PGs. So how we should go about to
Which
take,
institution you are from?
That's
in
okay.
this context, I am not.
अरे वो तो मैं बाद में पूछ लूंगा, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. I'm aware. I'm saying from Kidwai it is there.
AIMS Rishikesh, sir.
AIMS Rishikesh. I'm telling you, Kidwai, the director order is there. No pharma trial to be done, and there's no pharma trial done there.
You know, in this kind of a
Which is wrong.
situation,
Go ahead.
the only thing that I can say is that people need to change their mindset, because in TMH, we've grown over a period of time. I've been there for the initial times when the DSMU was just formed, which was the Data Safety Monitoring Unit. We were very serious about seeing that we were concerned about the safety of our subjects, trial subjects. But in TMH, I can tell you this much, that whatever I have seen, whether I was a junior faculty or senior faculty, there was nothing to discriminate between the junior and senior faculty, because I don't think my head of department anytime said ki iska trial pass mat karana. The person may have come and told me ki mera naam PI kaise rakhna, okay, but would never come and say ki please do not pass this junior's trial. That was never told. So, you know, this is actually, if you ask me, this is, you know, I remember once going for one of these meetings, they said, oh, you have a DSMU. I said, of course we have a DSMU, because we've got too many trials going on, too many adverse events and all that. We need to have something, because the ethics, no, ethics has to do everything. Now, ethics cannot do everything, but we have to protect the rights and the safety of the subjects. What do we do then? We have to form a subcommittee. So that's how we have evolved. At least at TMH, I know so much that it was never said कि junior का trial है तो मत पा, because all our trials go through the whole system. Everybody knows about that trial before it is submitted to ethics. So what I feel is your people need to grow up, if you ask me, if they want to see any kind of advancement. Otherwise, they will not see advancement, no?
I totally agree. And one more thing I will tell you. I remember when I joined Tata Hospital, I got the appointment order. Dr. Cruz called me, come with a protocol.
Agree.
You have to
So
come
we,
with a
so we have
protocol.
been
Don't
blessed,
come and join
but
just
having said
bare
that, I
hand.
totally agree with you. Sitting in multiple ethics committee, what you said, it does happen. If a project from Dr. Badwe sir comes, my reaction, I've sat with Vikram, Sudhir being there, the reaction of peoples are different. Then if it comes from the youngest most faculty, you have to keep pushing that boundary. There's no other way. You have to keep going back, keep having examples, keep taking help of people to sensitize that it is important to do it. So this happens everywhere. It happens here also. I'll give you a good example just so that it really happens everywhere. Anyone has any other question? Otherwise, I'll make a last comment, and I'll take last comment from. So Sachin, you wanted to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that we heard in the last talk that there is some element of bias everywhere. So that maybe that's probably a human tendency to have some sort of bias, and there may not be a complete solution and perfect solution to it anywhere. But as others have rightly said, as the institution advances, people become more experienced. They realize that maybe these things could have been done better, and that's how even we have changed. Even
so, what Sachin is saying, that don't get concerned. You're not Socrates. At least you're not You are alive and you have a second chance.
Keep on pushing. I
Keep
think
on
even
pushing.
the Supreme Court's judgments have been reviewed
Yes.
multiple times.
So keep on pushing.
See, the judges who said the first comment should be it's not that. Even that is being reviewed.
I
They've
totally
been
agree.
changed. They've been challenged.
Yeah, so
I totally agree. Keep challenging. Yeah.
rules are made
Yeah.
to protect people from the bad players in the team, isn't it? So the team has to perform. So you have to keep everyone aware so that everyone does good, then this rule automatically change. It is done because something bad has happened, isn't it?
That's one part of it. Traditionally, now I'll tell you what has happened. 1991 moment in health science research has not happened, and that's why industry grew. Here we have too many rules and too many discretion with too many people at this moment, and that's the reason. At this moment, there's a challenge for many institutions to able to do research because there are too many rules and too many interpretations and discretion by many people. And that has not happened. Hopefully it changes. It becomes far better. It becomes interpretation becomes simpler, and then it may happen. And this not only Rishikesh. I'll say go to 30 regional cancer center. That will give you answer. What is the problem? I'll give you last one comment unless someone has any other question. So this is I put deliberately, and yes, many times we create a situation where study is not tenable, and what people do. So again, I say take 1991 moment. The black market was economy was bigger than the white market economy. It's the other way around now today. Thankfully, that happened. If you open things, become transparent, then you make things liberal. Good people grow. And this is a real life event. Someone wanted to do something, and if you do this, what happens is, this was a good discussion in our own DMG. There are 25 odd people. Out of those 6 or 7 people, I'm putting it because this was in public domain, 6 or 7 people were ethics committee member, and the discussion was, यार इसको हम ethics committee में ले जाएंगे, पता नहीं क्या होगा. This was regarding oligomet study in esophageal cancer, and decision was there, छोड़ो यार, just think about this as a part of a routine care, and let us keep working and then collect data on this and find out what happens. This is what we do when we close the door, when we are not transparent, when we are not liberal about it. And this was, again, I repeat, there were 6 or 7 ethics committee member ex or present, which was sitting in the meeting, and there were 25 odd people as the thoracic DMG member. So it happens everywhere. As much we are able to do it here, trust me, it happens here also. So that investigator, he was a young investigator, he took that decision from the surgery side. Then also took a decision कि नहीं यार, finally everyone agreed कि हाँ यार इतनी मुश्किल है, क्या करना है जी, आप ऐसे ही कर दो जी, and then we'll find out what happens to the patient. And this is what we do. Most likely you are Amit. Yes, thank you, Amit. So in medical oncology, we give 3rd line, 4th line, 5th line, 6th line therapy. Now, this is what we have to decide as a clinician and as an ethics committee member. We, as ethics committee member, allow discretion for medical oncologists or clinician to use 6th, 7th line without hardly any evidence, or encourage them. Hey, prove it. We are asking you to do the study. Please take it, do it, as a patient pays, because patient is anyway paying it, and prove it works or not. If it doesn't work, we will not be writing it. But till it is not proven it doesn't work, we'll keep writing 6th, 7th line of the therapy, which we know not sure what happens. And for that, it requires a partnership between the regulator. A regulator means all. It is just that today's ethics committee we are talking about. We could have talked about HOD, we could have talked about director, we could have talked about DCGI, and it is for any regulator. Any last comment by any members, panelists here? Madam?
I don't think actually ethics, if you ask me, it facilitates things. It does not hold back research. Instead, I think sometimes the ethics committee works for the PI because we actually strengthen the protocols that are submitted to us. And of course, between the PI and the ethics, it's a two-way road. It's not a single-sided relationship at all.
I just want to repeat that ethics comes from within, and it should not be enforced on you. So it is for you to hold that up.
As a PI, not as an ethics committee, as a PI investigator, for me, both the outcomes of a study, there will be a positive or negative. I am a referee for that. So you approach any of your research as a referee, not take stand on one of the outcomes. look back, keep think, because both are signs. If it is a negative outcome, that is also important. If it is a positive outcome, that is also an important. So I feel you stay back, be a referee for the how the research, how the experiment is happening. Finally, it is also an experiment, and you get the results. So you have to not take stand of any of these outcomes. This is what
The, uh, always keep patient at the center of whatever is done, whether it is done on a trial or off a trial. Think about what is possibly the best. There may be situations, or there will be situations for which there is no evidence. There will be situations for which no evidence will probably be generated ever in the future. Like, for example, as Sir said, 6, 7 line in several cancers, the numbers will never be enough to generate a large level evidence anywhere, or a level 1 evidence anywhere. But always think about what is best for the patient, and whether it is on trial or off trial, use your clinical judgment in deciding what needs to be done. Something will then pop up to develop a protocol or a idea or a concept sheet at a later point in time.
Yeah, last comment.
Would just like to add that ethics is here to guide the rights of the patient, but it's also here to encourage the PIs to come out with new projects and researches. But then, according to looking to all the difficulties, writing the researches and projects need to come and discuss with the members, and it will happen.
Thank you so much. And I know that, as I said, we were putting God on the spot, and they took all the questions so nicely. This is something called hard talk. So but this was so nice of them. They took each questions so nicely and they answered. It is very important, and that is where we should have this kind of dialogues where we are able to take any kind of question. I really thank you, all of you. This was so nice of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kumar. That was a very engaging discussion on rule of ethics, and I'm sure the audience learned a lot. Whatever the goods and bads are going to come their way, but they should be prepared for it. And ethics is generally well-meaning, but in case you get an unfavorable decision, perhaps it is because your study was meant to have an unfavorable decision, but sometimes you may get a unfavorable decision when it should have been more favorable. But those things can happen. They even out over a period of time. But please make it a point to take it with the ethics committee and discuss with the member secretaries. And generally, they are welcoming, to discuss decisions with you. Thank you. So there is a small announcement. We want to take a group photograph, for posterity. So I request all of you to, gather at the end of the hall so that we can have a very quick photograph, and we'll all assemble here at 2 o'clock for the most anticipated presentations, which will decide the winner of the 10 lakh rupee grant, which is sponsored by AstraZeneca.
I'll be happy to, तो उसको करके मैं देखता हूँ.